Today is Saturday, March 2nd, and this is the Hendrick Hudson Board of Education meeting. Before we get into our line-by-line budget review, the board will be entering into executive session for the purpose of collective negotiations under the Taylor Law, medical, financial, credit, or employment history of a particular person or corporation, or matters leading to the appointment or employment history of a particular person or corporation, or matters leading to the appointment or employment or promotion or demotion or discipline or suspension or removal of a particular person or corporation. Can I have a motion to move into exec?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Okay, the board will be back at approximately 9:15 a.m. Good morning. Today is March 2nd, and this is the Hendrick Hudson Board of Education meeting. This is our line-by-line review of the 24-25 preliminary budget. Thank you all for being here today with us. Before we get started, can we please stand for the pledge?
I saw it. It was to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, can I have a motion to approve today's agenda?
Motion.
Second? All in favor? Okay, all right, at this time, I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Trombley to get us started and lead the way on our first ever full day budget review.
Thank you, President Arts. This means it could go really well or it could go down in a blaze of glory. As we say, any landing you can walk away from is a great one. I want to thank everybody from the board, from our administrative team and the community who may be joining us online or later in person for this, because this truly is the accumulation of our efforts to work through our initial thoughts on a preliminary budget to present to the board for their feedback before adoption on the 27th of March. This is a further approach to try to be as transparent as possible in our thinking that goes into the overall proposed budget amount that we will ask the community to vote you first, and then the community to approve later this spring on May 21st. The line-by-line review is really meant to add the numbers to some of the program descriptions that we've gone through in previous presentations. So we have here available for you, we have, of course, the cabinet. We have our talented and dedicated administrative team who wants nothing more on a Saturday to come and spend a day with us. But at least the weather is poor, because I can't think of anything else I would rather do on a March Sunday. So Greg, if we can pull up the presentation, we'll get started. Just as Greg's pointed that up, a few logistical items. The Board of Education has the preliminary and draft budget book in front of them. We'll go through that book in a second. Our administrative team, members of that, have it as well. I, at various times, will be pulling up what we're looking on the screen, so those of you watching at home can see. But this is primarily a work session for the Board of Education to help them better understand the current requests within our budget. As we adopt the budget later on this month, we will put out a public budget book that will contain the information that the board sees here, but an updated budget and any changes that go through here for the public to view. And that will be a key component for the public to take a look at. So as Greg's getting this ready, and Greg is multitasking because I threw 1,000 documents at him this morning. I do want to thank Enrique Catalog, Mora Bistro, and Carmen Koch for their efforts for putting this budget book together in a record amount of time. And this is our first stab at it. We're always open to feedback of what you might like to see. So when we talk about our budget development process, it is the superintendent's budget until March 27th. Today is the line-by-line review. The data that we review today will be based on February 7th budget submissions. Our administrative team and our cabinet have been working hard to pare down the budget to fit in with our budget parameters. And you may not necessarily see some of those changes at this presentation because we had to print documents and we had to get them ready, so we couldn't keep changing them out and updating budget books. That would have just cost too much. On the 27th, the board will hopefully adopt the budget. And then at that time, from the 27th of March to the 20th of May, that will be the board's proposed budget, which the board and I will help to communicate to the community what is in that proposed budget. And on the 21st, the community will be asked to vote on that proposed budget. Again, the community votes on their overall spending plan offer. We provide the details that you'll explore today to help provide the transparency and the background as to what those items in that overall spending amount are. And so, how are we doing, Greg?
I'm just gonna switch up here.
Okay. I'll continue to ad lib. So when we talk about those current budget parameters, the board at this time is asking the administration and the team to present a budget that does not exceed the tax cap. When we do get to our tax cap calculation, you'll see that what Mr. Catalon will present is above the tax cap. So we know we have more work to do. So please do not see that our budget that you're going to see today is the final offering. We were asked to try to maintain all programs whenever possible, but looking for efficiencies. We are looking at one of those areas that we are really looking at efficiencies is a deep dive into our secondary scheduling process to see how can we be flexible and innovative in offering those programs. Greg, I'm on the slide that says current budget. Sure.
Greg, is it possible that we can move the podium? I hate that I can't see everybody and they can't see us.
Move it further away.
Anywhere that, you know, like Lauren, like I don't need, hey, can we scoot it somewhere? Like over?
Yeah.
Is that wire?
You put it right in front of me.
It's just a long day for them to be staring at a box. Perfect. That's wonderful. Thank you. Hi. Hi, everyone.
And so for those of you at home, we have our entire administrative team, those who are in the instructional component here with us to help provide context and support and accurate answers to the board. And we'll talk about that in a second. We were also asked to look to implement a pre-K program that is provided by outside providers. You see the estimated cost there. That cost will be offset by some state revenue to support that as well. We are looking to add a special education program that Ms. Shookman discussed in her department and program budget. We estimate that the cost of that would be about $500,000, but it would set in staffing, but it would have some efficiencies. I'm sorry, 2 programs, and we'll talk about that more in a second. We were working in the realm of increasing funding for maintenance projects around the district and looking at options to explore better and more targeted oversight of human resource operations across the district. And again, these are subject to change as we go through this process. When Greg gets back, he'll change the slide, but let's talk about what today is going to look like. So we will spend most of the day in the budget book. Everybody has their budget book in front of them. We are going to be reviewing the codes on the agenda, not necessarily chronologically, sorry about the way, within the budget book. So we're going to take it by section. I'll teach you how to read those codes in a second here. I know everybody woke up wanting to do that today. Again, the figures are based on February 7th in order to build it. The staffing data is what we currently know about staffing. What is included from program budgets is on the screen there. It deals with the special ed programs and also the athletic staff that Mr. Baker talked about that he would like to add, and we'll drill down to that in a second. You have a comparative appendix at the back of the book based on 21-22 data because we rely on BOCES Clearinghouse to provide us where we rank regionally in terms of expenditures as part of our general fund and expenditures in various areas per pupil. That will not be current from BOCES until April. Once we do have that updated information, we'll make sure we put that in the budget book. And that will probably be a good time to distribute the budget book to the community as well with those updated information. That comparative data helps to tell a story about us. So we'll talk about that in a second. We will continue to make changes to this budget until adoption. That's the direction until the board adopts. When we take a look at the next slide, as I said, we will primarily be in the red tab for most of the day. When we look at that preliminary budget, what you will see is what was actually spent in each code that we will review from the 22-23 school year when the books were closed. You'll look at what was adopted for that code in the 23-24 school year, what is currently being spent out of that code in the 22-23-24 school year, and what is, yes.
As of February 1st.
As of February 1st, I'm sorry, not February 7th. Thank you, Dave. And what is proposed in this year's budget for 24-25, as well as a dollar amount change and a percentage change. So you can see why Enrique has been very busy over the past couple of weeks since we've put this together. Administration will help answer questions you may have about that code. Carmen, if we cannot answer a question today, I've asked Carmen to keep a list of those questions for follow-up that we will also put on our website for the viewing public. And if we decide on any action items that you'd like us to take to revise the preliminary budget, Carmen will keep track of those as well. If we go to the next slide, actually it's missing this slide. It seems to be missing a slide. Greg? I was going to teach us how to read budget codes. I had that in. Let's see where it is. I apologize. So we're going to be going line by line through the budget, and a component of that is we have to go to this code. What does that mean? And I want to make sure we have a good understanding of how those codes work. I'm not seeing it. Excuse me for 1 second. Okay, so I don't see the slide in there, but here's how I will, we'll just go off of memory. I have to do that now. I'll come back to it. Greg, you can stay right on that slide. That's good. So when we talk about how to read budget codes, and Enrique, certainly correct me when I make a mistake on this. When we talk about how to read budget codes, the first thing you'll see in there is a letter. That is called the fund. We will be primarily spending most of our time in the general fund, which is the A code. The next is your function code. That is the first four digits in that code. And that is broken down into 1,000 series. So the first, the 1,000 series is instructional support or general support. So that's things such as business office functions, central office functions that don't have to do with instruction, and items such as that. Your 2,000 code for your function code is your instructional codes. So that will deal everything with instruction, supervision of instruction, bless you.
Thank you.
Curriculum development. We don't have 3,000 or 4,000 series codes here. We do have 5,000 code series, and that is transportation. And we also have 9,000 code series, which we'll be going through today. And 9,000 code series is what's called undistributed. That will be things such as employee benefits, capital, any money spent on capital projects for interest, debt service, any of those types of codes. How am I doing, Enrique?
What was 1,000?
1,000 is general support.
General, what does that mean?
It means functions that aren't directly involved in curriculum delivery or instructional delivery, but support of doing what we do as a school district, if you want to think of it like that. So the 2,000 codes are what we are charged with doing, providing instruction and education to students. 1,000 codes is any expenditure related to supporting the delivery of instruction.
Including operation,
I think board in there, the board cost.
including operation.
Including operations, yes. So you'll see plant maintenance, facilities, those types of things. The next three numbers are basically your program code. That would be within those, you have different types of expenditures. So you have contractual expenditures, that's going to be the 400 code. You have OC services, that's the 490. Materials and supplies are 450. So after you become very geeked out in this, you can probably read a new language like Sanskrit in the general accounting codes. And then the final two numbers, normally the final two numbers are location codes. Enrique, do you have the location codes off the top of your head?
Yes, code 9 and 10 is district-wide. 1 is high school, 2 is middle school. We don't have 3. Well, now we will have 3, which is all elementary schools together. Because this year we're presenting all elementary school together, but 4 is BB, 6 is Franchi, and 7 is Fernando.
So board, I know we threw a lot at you there, but I have a slide that has all this. Instead of wasting time trying to find it, I will put this up either at a break or after the meeting today, so that when it does go on the website, we'll have it updated with all that information in there. What's that? Those are the final two numbers. Those are location codes. So theoretically, if you get really good at this, you can say, oh, it's 2020 code, which is, I believe,
Principles.
principles and supervision. And it's the 400 code, so it has to do with any contracts related to our principles and supervision. And it's 02, so it's at that building. There is sometimes additional numbers after the location code, which letters after the location code, which can tell you what specific aspect of a program it is. Is it a special program? Is it a maybe?
ESL, ELA, STEM, math, social.
Perfect. And what that does is it helps identify not only where we're spending money to be transparent, but it also helps us. Now we have to do a transparency report to the state, which tells us how much money are we spending by building and per program, and is it equitable across the district? Questions on how to read the codes that we're going to be spending the rest of the day in. Can I ask as we go along? Of course. This whole purpose is for the board to help fully understand what we're proposing. Okay, so without further, Greg, if you could pull up the preliminary budget, please. We are going to start off in the 2110 codes, and you can find those easily in your budget book on page, in the red tab of the preliminary budget. They start about 3/4 of the way down on page 2. They are in numerical order, but we will not be reviewing them in numerical order. So we will be bounced. We are dedicating a portion of the time right before lunch or break for lunch for exploring staffing numbers. The first code we're exploring is a salary code associated with some component of those numbers. But we can use this as an example of what we're going to do to try to answer your questions. So if you look at the 2010-150 code, that's going to be curriculum development instructional salaries. So that's associated with the location code. 10 is what again, Enrique? District-wide?
District-wide.
All right. It is district-wide. So you can see that these are salaries for district-wide personnel associated with curriculum and development. And the way that we structured this is we show you what was spent in this budget code area at 22-23, what was adopted for last year as of February 1st, what was being spent, what is proposed for next year, the percentage change, and the dollar change. So what we'll do is we'll give the board time to go through the 2010 codes and ask any questions they may have. If you do have a question, please let us know which code it is and the question that you have. Rulers are provided for your and just for the viewing public at home, this is a work session for the board to really truly dive into the budget and have an understanding of what specifics make up our total amount that we will be requesting. I'm sorry, no, 2010 ends. There's approximately, looks like. Which code are you? That's the 2020.
No, let me get them.
Oh, I'm not alive.
I'm not out of line. No.
You're ahead.
Okay. Oh, we're.
Yes.
She just came back. Oh, you are.
I just need to differentiate my approach.
You have to repeat. You're direct.
And rephrase. I actually read aloud.
I have actually.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's the
We'll make bigger font next time. This is our first go round.
And then it'll be 100. All right, I don't have questions.
Any questions on the 2010 codes?
Questions on 2010?
It's still 150, right?
2010.
No, just the 2010 code.
Just the 20.
Yes, 150 would be supplies and materials. Most of it. Or salaries, I'm sorry, salaries. 450 is materials.
Can I make another little?
Sure.
Yeah, when we're doing next 120.
Or next printing lines on the,
But to have it already done. So that goes to page 2.
see if we can do that.
I'm, well, like,
By this section, cut that, like, how
Yeah.
we're gonna review
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
So it's really.
It's there,
Next, next.
it's there, it's there, it's in another one. By sections, go to,
Oh, no, Enrique, on the actual paper, when we separate 2010.
I thought you were talking about sections,
Yeah,
administrative,
no,
because there's a section that is divided by that.
no, I'm just saying. I
For
need-
current expenditures too.
Yeah,
Thank you. Okay, so without any questions about 2010, which is primarily the cost to do teaching regular school instruction, we're gonna move on to the 20 additional, I'm sorry, I took us out of line. I apologize.
Oh, wait.
Let's
hold
go
on,
to the
that-
2110 codes. 2110 codes. That's on page 3, about a quarter of the way down. So 2110 codes are all of the expenses related to what we do as a school, teaching. Yes.
Yeah. Wait, but I have a question on there, why, for the 2010s that we were just on?
Mhm.
Most of them went down, is there a reason why those, a lot of those are decreasing?
Well, we did say we wanted, one revision to cut across the board about 10%, material supplies. Enrique, any other things to add as to why some?
like where? Give me an example.
They all went down.
They all went down, so like even one, and yeah, the 2010s again,
Okay, let's
so like
look at it.
160-10. Curriculum development, non-instructional salaries went down by almost 20,000. And then all the ones following it all went down a little bit. I just wanna know what is that?
In
That's
which
the-
page, I'm sorry?
Page 2.
2010. 2010 is.
But what specifically is going down?
Well, for example, 2010,
Down by 26.5%.
20,
I guess you could use 2010 160 TAC 10, right? When you look at that one.
Yeah,
Went down,
that's what-
because
and it's salary, so how does it go down? Salary. What is the thought process?
Well, what is it that is, we're losing, or, no, I don't wanna say losing, but what is it that we're cutting? Yeah, what is that?
okay, that's because Jane is leaving and I'm sorry, should I say names?
Yes.
Somebody.
So just
Ah.
one ground rule for today. We're not gonna.
I'm
pick up
sorry,
personnel
yes,
names.
yes, it's like,
Okay.
that's how I'm thinking. One of the confidential secretaries is leaving. She has been here for 30 years, so her salary is very high.
Okay, so
We're
that's the next, yeah,
expecting
okay,
to
Okay.
hire at a lower salary.
okay,
The other ones, if you see, is contractual is because probably, no, contractual went up, no?
Contractual went down,
$1,000. So probably Margaret put it somewhere else.
Well, I guess you didn't really use it all this year.
Which
year to date.
or we're at 2010 400. So that's your, 400, so that's your correct
Curriculum development.
contractual code for curriculum development.
Remember, hair contractual also last year we didn't have was in professional development 2070. If you go to the next page, the first one. It's like the fifth line. You see how
Oh, development.
So that's
Yeah,
going there, so
because
it's moving somewhere else.
that's a new code for the state, professional development as of 2017. So we move money from there to here.
Oftentimes, if you see a small cut, it's primarily the budget code owner just trying to reduce expenses.
Then, for example, if you go to the 2020s, is the realignment of the movement of the principals between elementary school, high school, middle school. So if you see in some cases, it goes up 50,000, in other cases, it goes down 31, but the net should be a 2% increase for all of it.
Thank you.
Yep.
So we're starting on the 2110s, page 3. So the first,
Page 3.
the remainder of page 3 and into page 4 will be salaries associated with teaching and instruction.
And the biggest one here, if you can look, is a decrease of $292,000 for UPK, because this year they are salaries, and next year they are going to be contractual. So they're going to see a huge from 0 to how much are we getting, Margaret? 460 for UPK, whatever amount, 460, no?
For 30, and then we added on an additional
Yeah,
amount.
exactly.
What is the decrease, or what is the increase above that, the total elementary ESL? The 116, is that adding an ESL teacher to elementary?
Tell me where you are.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The other day.
120.03 ESO.
It's down.
No,
No, no, that's up.
It's only up by
ESL goes up, but Gen Ed-
Which company?
Yeah, 120.
Well, it's not really up 116, right? Because it's like we're incurring 90 today.
120.03 ESL.
The increase.
That was the one we just had the other day, right? In our presentation. That's for another,
I don't.
would that be for the other ENL teacher from you the other day?
I would imagine that that's where we put that particular employee in that.
So with the movement of 2 of our teachers coming back into the elementary from their post PK, we had said there is a need for an ESL teacher. That those 2 teachers coming back into the general instruction will move an individual who also has an ENL certification into that ENL position where the need is. So it will be budget neutral at across the board.
Yes.
But you'll see this particular code increase to reflect that.
Okay. And the elementary.
That one for 116 you asked for, I just want to make sure I'm reading this right.
Mhm.
The 116 you asked about, it shows an increase of 116 for next year's budget, but we've already incurred 98 on it this year, so it's an existing role that we're paying
Yes.
for this
It wasn't
year.
budgeted
It
for.
wasn't budgeted for when we did the
Exactly.
budget last year. So that's an increase on the budget, but it's not an increase in actual expense because we're paying for it now. We've already incurred look, if you look for 23-24 adopted budget, it's 0, but year to date is 98,116.
Okay,
So you're paying, so I think it's important when you see a big jump, we probably need to also look at where we are year to date
Yes.
to make sure that it's actually a new line item and not just a line item that we've already approved that we're now budgeting for because it was a budgeted item previously.
It's exactly the type of conversation.
okay, so the one code underneath it, where
Which
you
one?
have the 2010-120.03 Gen, where you have a decrease.
Could that be due to retirement breakage?
Hold on.
Probably. Middle school, correct?
No,
it's
it's
elementary.
elementary.
This 129 to 90,
Yes,
the decrease is because teachers' retirement, I think we have a couple of retirements at lower salaries.
okay.
Because if
It's
you
not
want to go to check how many people also open the staffing, so you can go and say, it's the same number of staffing. But if it's lower, it's because we're paying less money.
That makes sense.
So if you
Which is
want,
what we called last year when we were referring to like the attrition cycle.
Mhm.
If someone leaves and you replace the person, you save that, and that's just like a retirement cycle saving.
If you want to go, please, to staffing, either the first one that it says that FTE teachers position by building, when you compare it like that, I'm looking at an O3. Okay, so let's look at an O3 and see the total number of positions in the elementary school.
Staff.
The first one is staffing, yeah. It says FTE teachers position by building,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
So if you look at the FTE positions in the elementary school, the last page, page 10, you have budgeted 100, actual 15, and an additional 2 next year, which are the 2 positions that Lisa asked in special ed. So like that, you can see when there's ups and downs, it's more like movement in codes because teachers are moving.
Okay, so then just to make sure I understand, so for instance, we have a code that says on page 3, Alpha 2110.130 TAC 01 ESL. So that is ESL teachers at the high school. The
Okay.
code,
You go to the high school,
the code goes down next year. Our proposed code is 205. We've already spent 275 this year. Why do we think it would go down next year? We're still gonna have 2 ESL teachers there. We have 2 this year, we have 2 next year. How did the code? How are we high and then next year we can be lower?
where are you?
The number, Jen.
Page 3.
Yeah, so
Which school?
page 3, right, 2010-130-01 ESL. So it's ESL teachers in the high school.
Yeah, that's a gain of
Yeah.
10,000, that's going up.
Our proposed is 205. We've spent already 275.
You're saying, right, it's only an increase based on what we budgeted for last year.
Right.
Right, but we've spent.
Yeah, exactly.
So now, like, so we spent 275, but we, so far, well, I think this is proposed.
Actual year-to-date, this year is 275, so why would it be 205 next year?
Because of movement between middle school and high schools.
So this is
Movements
just
that they told me,
people switching, so
Position.
salaries are different.
exactly,
But we had 2 this year, we're gonna have 2 next year.
exactly.
We actually have 2.
We have 2.5 this year, next year we have 2.5. Yeah, so is this FTE teacher positions by building incorrect? If we go to the staffing chart, sorry. I want to make sure it all makes sense. If I go to the yellows, the orange, the green section says staffing, page 1, middle of the page ESL in the high school.
There's no half.
Two
There's no
positions
half.
this
No
year,
half.
2 possessions next year. Maybe more explain to me.
You have a teacher who does.
Yeah. So we have a teacher who teaches, part of her day is world language and part of her day is ESL. And that was done, post-budget last year, so that's why it is reflected differently in the year-to-date. And we are looking at what that schedule will look like for next year, but her primary role was originally world language teacher. This year she took on some ESL, and that's why that code is different.
That's why that code's different.
And probably that's, we never changed it and we're paying it out of the world language.
Already.
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if we can dive into it that deep. We might drive ourselves crazy.
Yeah.
Sorry. And
What is the 149?
Because there's a decrease of 149 for the social studies, I think at the high school.
Yeah.
And the line
Next year?
above, beside.
Yeah, there's a lot of like, I guess, what's all the decreases that are those that are represented there between the middle school and the high school?
If you look, last year, we budgeted more. The adopted budget was more. Remember that we cut a couple of positions last year from the high school. So we're only paying 907, but it's a decrease of 12% compared to what we budget, not compared to what it's actual. So you see, last year, the board decided after the budget was adopted to cut a position. So instead of being a budget of 1,177,000, the actual day-to-day is going to be this year only 907.
That's going back.
So I guess
So that's the inverse of the same example before. We didn't add 116 for this coming year. We added the delta because we added a position that wasn't budgeted for. The inverse of that conversation is this example, which is we budgeted a position during last year's budget process. This year, before the year started, after the budget was approved or proposed to be approved, that position was removed. So so that you're naturally going to trend lower because you have one fewer teacher this year than you expected when budget time
The confusion here is exactly that. You are they asked me, and it makes sense to compare it to the budget of last year. But what it's confusing here is the year to date.
Right.
Right.
And that's really where we should probably.
That's we should be looking
comparing
at the
it to.
actual.
Well, we should just look at the year to
I
date. when there's a
agree
big
with
delta.
you. Here is a problem. The problem is, I did it as of February 1st, half year. We were half year. Contractual salaries is no problem because I know that if John is making 100, my total expense is 100. But the rest, for example, you're going to see like the typical example that Anthony said, and Liz, we have $20,000 in equipment for the garage. We haven't spent anything. Why are you asking for 20,000? Why? Because they buy all their equipment in April. So that's why it's
Right.
very difficult or would be very confusing to do it to the year to date.
It also is, you also have to remember, some of the staff from the
high school went to the middle school. And that's
That it's already,
But this says
some is
7.
already,
Right, but that's not, that's the actual, not the budgeted.
Right.
yes, yes.
The actual is important when you see a big delta, this is where that's trending, in case it falls into that activity that took place between the budget seasons.
Yes,
That's really what it represents, whether it's up or down. And those example I asked about, and then the one that Stephanie just asked about.
exactly. It's the opposite. But that's why we
And as we
did
do
the
this, I think
staffing,
it'll
so
be
you
less
can see.
Questioning and confusion, right? That's the whole point of this. I think.
Well, I think the right question is like, are there changes within the staffing that we should know about, or is this just movement?
Then we can go to the first two staffing positions by building. And there you can see, if you go just to the total, just to say something, we're talking about having, we budgeted 247 positions. The actual FTE is 251. And we're adding 2 positions for Lisa. That's it.
So our budgeted, the new ads were basically what we agreed to in August to decrease class
No.
caps.
Remember,
Right.
exactly, the 3 teachers, so you go from 249 to 250, then we reduced a couple of teachers in the high school, but the net was 251. And now we're just adding 2 positions that Lisa needs.
This positions by building, the FTEC, before we even start talking about any possible reductions
Oh,
or
yes.
additions.
Okay.
This only
Currently is.
includes, that's why it's two more than last year, because of the, compared to what we have this year, because of those two positions that Lisa asked. That's it.
Yes, the only other caveat, but that won't be reflected in this FTE count, will be this, the budget that you're seeing does include Tom Baker's request for his site supervisors and his additional.
This doesn't.
But that will be reflected in here because this is totally teaching.
Yeah, I was gonna say those are stipends.
But I just,
Unless, and we can ask Tommy if he included it in his, because that would not be a salary position,
Right,
maybe he put it as a coaching position.
I asked him and he said it's in his figures that he presented. Yes, it's not.
Okay,
Yep,
okay.
but I just wanted to provide a little transparency.
But it's not in the head count. It's at the bottom.
Exactly.
Yeah, because it's
Yeah.
Because it's like a coaching position.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Just wanted, I stepped out to wish the ladies varsity luck. They're ready to go. They're on their way. The fan bus will take off about 10:30, so.
So then any so if we got retirement, it's hypothetical. Say we had, two people retire, this assumes replacing those two people. This doesn't assume not replacing them, correct?
Well, actually, we did not know, we only knew about one retirement and we decided not to include anything. So we will include it for the next one. This is comparing what we had as of, let's say, January 10 of this year. We are not taking into account the one retirement because we said, what if we get the other two? Let's leave it for the next budget. And then also, Margaret doesn't know if we'll need a replacement for those retirements or not.
And this assumes no changes in, and I guess this is more secondary, no changes in.
Potential
Or, okay,
on potential consulting, potential efficiencies. No, this does not take into account potential efficiencies.
Greg, you want to pull up the presentation and go to the next slide? I was going to bring this up when we went to staffing, but these are some of the frameworks when we talk about staffing. What you will see, perfect, go back to the one you were just on, Greg. Thank you. So this is staffing considerations that we'll have to look at down the road for what was presented throughout this portion of the budget development process. So these are things that you'll see that special ed information is included, the coaching stipends are included, the administrator for HR and the technology integration specialist are not included in the budget figures you see today.
wait, which ones are not, sorry? Just the
Ones
last
that are
two?
not are the last two. Right? Any other questions? It's unique that we started off with that one. As Jen said, we probably won't do that next year. We won't start off with salaries. But any questions on 2110 code? Before we move on back to 2010, 2020, and 2017. If we are ready, we can move on to the 2010 codes, which start on page 2. We'll also give you time to look at the 2020 codes and the 2070 code. So we're going from page 2 to 3 in the red tab of your budget book. You did 2010.
So we're doing 20.
2020 and 2070. And all these codes relate to curriculum development and supervision of our students.
Right, so
2020, 27.
page 2020.
2020, 2010, and 2070 on page 2 and 3.
Okay.
Here's an example. This is where shifting a person from building A to building B would change the line item, that out on the other side.
Correct.
This is where I had it, what is it?
150, it's just 2020, we're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Total elementary principal.
And then still
Yeah, that's
170.
exactly.
That's staff.
This was the-
So 150 would be a salary code. So that's probably reflecting, Enrique, if we look at 2020 150-3,
2020 150-3. which
Total
are the
elementary principal
schools.
office.
He said that was moving.
moving. Okay, so that would
He
be,
said that was
if
moving.
a principal from one building has a higher salary, and they're in the secondary and they move down into the elementary, that's the explanation for the
Oh,
increase.
this is the principals.
That's the principal's one, yes.
It was-
I got We remember, they're all.
For the 2070, the professional development, is that just for the ELA curriculum or is that ELA
No,
curriculum plus
total.
everything else? Oh,
That's a new code from the state. So the state wants to track specifically without policies. PD,
Okay, so this is non-BOCES PD?
Well,
no, that would be BOCES.
Margaret, is it correct to say that you'll see a majority of your professional development in the BOCES code?
Yes, so this code 2070, I did not have to prepare for this. So it's in a different code of mine, in the it might be in the 2010 code. So yes, this is, as Enrique just said, this is non-BOCES PD. So that would be a bigger number, but it'll roll from another code. It's not an increase.
So it's realignment, it's not a budget to budget increase.
Yeah.
It's more accurately identifying codes, and I think Enrique said this was a mandated code that we have to
Yes.
subtract from the state.
Yes.
What is NM?
Not meaningful,
Not meaning.
because you cannot divide by 0.
Okay.
Just like.
Yeah.
So Margaret, I guess my question I was gonna ask is, do you know what our professional development total was for last year? Since we're gonna be doing all of the training for the pros and all that kind of stuff.
So it comes out of. You want me
No, you can,
I can just talk. Right now, it comes out of two separate codes. So the consultants we bring, well, three. Some of it comes from Title II. Some of it comes from the BOCES code. So we're COCERT on that. And some of it comes out of the previous code that Enrique had for us for non-BOCES PD. Now, we clearly have an official code that the state wants us to use, so we'll move from the 2010 to the 2070. Yeah, so it's split across three pieces, depending upon the consultant and the use.
But I think that there's one of the big increases is PD for the new
The new
program.
program, and that will be a non-BOCES expense, so it'll be 2070. So where we have the money now, we'll move it over to the
okay.
2070.
That was my question, just because I was like 15,000 to
Yes,
get all of
that's
our
not-
teachers
yeah,
trained. for the
That's
elementary.
about 5
It's
minutes
not-
worth of PD.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like it was like.
Yeah. it has to
500 or
be-
something.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. The board, for the next section, we'll be moving to the 2250 and 2280, so that's special education and guidance. And that can be found starting on page 6. About a quarter of the way down. You'll see A 2250-150-01-REL, so that's going to be one of your specific programs. And it will, this area of our review will go to page, you'll skip over part of page, oh no, it'll go to page 7, about halfway down.
Is the extra pay, what is that, 151, 0102, or 406, 57?
Sorry, say it again.
Extra pay is like
Oh.
overtime.
So when some of our students, we don't need mics today, right? So when one of our students stays after school and they have an 8 on their IP, we have to pay for that person.
Okay.
Or if they're going on a sport trip and it's all day, we must pay for them.
And that 012467, that indicates the building,
Yes.
Yes.
right?
Very good. You just accomplished day 1 of a leadership program finance class.
And by the way,
Audit.
Jeremy, in the only place I put it by building, so Lisa can understand where it is for special ed. The rest, I called it those 3, that it's a combination of the 3 buildings. So if you see in the 20.
For elementary, 3 buildings for elementary.
Yes. So if you see, for example, 2110, 450, you don't have 04, 6, and 7, you have 03. But only for special ed, you have it by building, because Lisa wants to show it by building.
And why don't we use 5? Is that what McKinley was once upon a time or something, maybe?
So that came, when I came,
I bet you that's why. I bet it was when we had the McKinley School building, and then when it went away, that number went away. Okay.
Yeah, accounting codes will vary from district. There's standardized codes for the entire state. But for instance, some districts use a 7,000 series, which I believe is community education. So we don't have that code in here, so we'll see varying differences.
yeah, but building, every district
Sign.
picks.
So I was just asking a question to Lisa about special ed BB with the line.
I'm sorry, special ed?
Yeah.
BB, yeah, I was asking, it's A2250-150-04 cell.
That is our new, social worker. That part of that comes out of our grant that we got for 3 Cubs.
So we have the budget, you have the budget for it, but then you.
Right, then what we'll do is, we just got permission to spend the money, so Enrique will create a code and then we'll funnel it backwards.
Is
What
there
is so-
a place in this, like, whole budget process where you see all of that money that's coming back?
Not until the next year is a revenue.
No, I know, but like, in terms of expected grants and reimbursements.
Yes, you can, hold on. In some,
Isn't it in-
this is only the general fund, but if you go to, it's in staffing, I did also the federal codes, but not in non. So if you go to, for example, Henry Hall, the total staffing by building in the
Page
green
6,
one,
you go to page 6 in the staffing tab, right?
no, here in the green, it's called district total staffing by building,
Which tab are you in?
the green.
Staffing.
I think it's the green divider.
So
we're
page
talking about.
1,
Oh, I see.
So you go to the last row of page 1, and there you see a federal code.
so the F, remember we said we're primarily looking at the general code, general fund today, which is A. We have
F
here,
is the federal code.
F is our grant, federal grant.
The other green, the darker green. That's
Oh,
grant.
it doesn't have, mine doesn't have a tab stick about it.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
No?
It just.
Staffing tab.
I see it now. It was just like construction paper.
Yeah, it's the divider.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Now I see it.
And then, Jeremy, the last row where it says staffing by building, you can see the F. So there, one FTE is paid out of the federal grant.
I have a question. I think for all the private, it's just like 2250, 472, that's 09, and 490. Those are some big increases.
Which means that there were more students. More students?
Yeah, so when we talked before, there were more students going out that went out this year, so we'll be a little short in that code. And also the other private piece of it is because of, residential
I was gonna say,
placements.
remember there's the residential.
The residential placements can be up to 300,000,
Gotcha.
so we have to account for those.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do we have, it says resource room, it's not like the resource room I remember.
We do have what level are you talking, what code, what number?
I mean, middle school and high school.
So no, they don't have that, it just goes towards the special ed piece of it. So
Okay.
Enrique has it coded differently, but it just falls to special ed.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that, because it still says, that's just the code it's assigned.
Yep.
So just a word on grant funding. If you go back to Lisa's presentation and Margaret's presentation, they touched on their grants that they received, particularly the title grants, the 611, the 619 grants. We never include that in the budget book itself as a way to balance the budget. Because you don't know if you're going to continue to have that grant, and you also use that grant to supplement your general fund operating budget.
Right.
And the public does not vote on the grant fund itself.
And the grant, we're told what we get, so it might go up, might go down, it depends.
Mhm.
So our preschool budget is, our grants are never more than $20,000, very small. But our school age grant could be anywhere from, well, this year we got 670, I think,
600.
And since
670,000.
this line by line is meant to form the board, what total amount we're going to be proposing to you in the community, we don't include the grant numbers.
150,004 south, that went down 252,000.
Say which one, I'm sorry?
2250, 150-04.
Special ed BB.
Yeah, I think, 04, REO. I'm trying to.
That's the ABC room.
Say the number again, I'm
That's
sorry.
the ABC classroom.
2250,
Yes,
150
uh-huh.
-4
No, Ariel.
Ariel.
Oh, retail services, probably because that person was moved to another building,
Okay,
so we had to shift the funds.
gotcha, okay. So that would be the same thing too for like the instructional piece.
Yes.
And the south and the bottom.
So we originally had ABC at BV, so we moved everybody over to Furnace Woods. So all that money then has to go to Furnace Woods.
So just a point of why we do the accounting like this, it shows the transparency of where we're spending our funds. And accounting for that shows where each building, each program is getting the money. That's why we want to be so accurate in having these specific line items.
And it helps the building leaders decide, what they can.
If you can see, if you add some of the negatives with the positives, it gets to very close amounts. It's just Lisa tells me I'm moving this person to this building, or I'm moving it from south to RR. So we try, from when you start to when you are today, that's why we bring you all the time changes of transfers of over $20,000 because of the movement. And $20,000 is nothing when we're talking salaries.
So this year, for example, I had one public school, that was it. One kid go to public school. So I said, Enrique, I'm gonna need more in my private schools. Let's move from public to private. So we'll move a small amount when we need it, usually about $10,000 when we need it to cover any of the bills. So I just had another student go out recently to a private school, so that's gonna add. So I'm gonna have to reach out to him and say, I need you to move 45,000. So usually they balance each other out is what happens. The biggest concern will be BOCES. That's never gonna be balanced because I send kids to, the district sends students to Back on Track. That's $500 a day. The district sends students to IDT in Southern, $500 a day. So sometimes those budgets will really be off because I didn't anticipate, this year alone, we have 4 kids that went to IDT in Southern.
What is
And
IDT?
IDT is intensive day treatment. So typically when a student is hospitalized and then they are discharged, that is a step down program, which means that they're ready to come out.
Hospitalized like a mental health
Yes.
plan or something.
They're ready to come out of the hospitalization, but they're not ready to go fully into school.
Yeah.
So it's a small 30-day placement. So we pay for that. It's through the Office of Mental Health. There's a psychiatrist, social worker, psychologist, and teacher there.
So 6 weeks.
Yeah, so we send all their work from us and then they transition back to us slowly. So that's expensive. Back on Track is a half-day program at Northern Westchester that if students are suspended for a long amount of time, they can get 2 hours of tutoring there with counseling as well.
As opposed to the home tutoring.
Exactly.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And my home tutoring is going to be a little off this year as well due to the amount of students that have been suspended with it. So we're looking at different options. I've talked to Mike about an online option that actually works in our hospitals, that they're talking about offering that to our students, so the students could be home and do it on the computer, but not everybody learns that way. So we have to really think about that and balance it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions on the 2250 code? Again, also looking at the 2280 code, which goes into the page
That's not mine.
7.
That's not.
Correct.
Okay.
2280 is guidance.
Yeah.
Page 7.
6 and 7.
Sorry, can I ask one question? Page 6, I know it's 2110, we already did that.
Okay.
Parochial textbooks, like,
Yeah.
we keep adding, well, we keep money in there, and we keep spending less than we expect, why do we keep assuming we're gonna spend 135?
So you have to base it upon, anytime if we send a student to a parochial school and that parochial school tells us they need this text, we have to provide it. So it's best to. have
Or they
no money-
charge us at the end of the year. So at the end of the year, you'll see a big payment to all the parochial schools who bought the books for us, and now they are charging it.
So I know that, but actual expenditure in 2022, 2023 was
What line is this,
13,
Jen?
48009 parochial.
2110 48009.
So actual spent in 22, 23 is 1,400. Budgeted for 23, 24 is 135,000. Actually spent to date was 3,500. And so if we only spent 1,500 last year, why do we think, and now we have 3,500, why do we think 136 next year is appropriate? Why is it at 30,000? Why is it 1,200? Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's $100,000 extra, which, I don't know, those help fund some things that we want to do. So I mean.
Yep.
Where do you get your 135? You just, should we
Less than that, what you're saying.
should we decrease that number?
Yeah,
And then if it
I don't-
is
yeah.
that, then we like deal with it after.
I mean,
Saying,
again,
Like if it happens to go over,
Like we want.
yeah.
Maybe cut it in half to start, right?
That's what I'm saying.
To be sure, it's- they do a total, what if they,
That's 41.
again,
what's the
We are
unintended
go-
consequence, Enrique, of if we did what Jen suggests, cut it in half?
yeah,
What's the unintended consequence?
nothing.
Hmm?
The way I'm budgeting
Yeah,
is that this is our first pass.
yeah.
Without any doubt, this number is going to come down.
Here.
But at least I wanted to show it in this
Yeah,
pass.
and the best way with the zero base though is to now look at these actuals and we should.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
This was our
This
first
is what it's
pass,
always been, but we don't need it.
and we're going to substantially reduce it
Right.
So
in the
Which
future.
that's like what you always reference stuff, like there's these.
There's old
codes and
codes
there's an
that
opportunity to-
it gets absorbed back to
Yeah.
the general fund because you're not using it.
So Carmen has a document with questions that we need to follow up on and action items from here. I'll ask that Carmen put down under that to be revisited. We look at this code, Carmen, which is 2110 480
Borrow. Yeah,
09 PARO. So we'll look at that as a cabinet and see if we can make some adjustments.
Yeah, I actually had that with, if we're skipping around with the library,
I would think that.
the elementary
Yeah.
library.
Which code?
Today it's 0, and we're budgeting all that money. I'm
What page are you on?
on? I skipped.
Page
Can
7.
we, I guess,
Are we jumping around now?
well, it was just to Jen's point.
No, I know.
We're going to get to library eventually.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm gonna hold that, but it's the same concept, Jen, of what you're saying about the textbooks.
Yeah, I think these are the things that we sort of need to flag, because we want to fund some things that, yeah, we're coding for other.
Yeah, it could help with the ELA program.
Yeah,
It also helps with the text.
I see it in there, though, the
The
ELA.
same thing.
No,
yes.
but
Well, the
this,
textbooks,
that
we have
money
$374,000.
the other budget.
Well, the elementary gen, it's the textbooks in workbooks. And we have.
Oh, the one right above, but that's probably gonna
But
be the
that's
new.
ELA, I'm
That's the
guessing
ELA,
that's
that's the
ELA.
program,
Yes.
I'm
That's the same
assuming.
thing that she referenced, yes,
Yeah.
same point,
Okay.
yes.
That's
And
gonna be
it's
that
not,
new
it's not
program.
workbooks, that's a different code.
Okay.
So, but that is the ELA program.
That's what I assumed, the
Yeah.
404 with the ELA, yeah.
What, can I ask a quick question on that, just to
Yep.
follow along? The 152 from the actual in 22-23, is that when we did the Eureka squared for math? Is that why that was so high that year and then? it
No,
went
that's
lower?
just textbooks, I mean.
So we're on
actually, you read
2110
this-
480-3 general, correct?
Right.
Yeah, that was just a big right? That was a big expense that then the next year we adopted.
20,000.
Yeah, 20%.
Or 30,000.
So just to help understand, textbooks and workbooks are two different things. So what we purchase for Eureka comes out of a workbook code because it's consumable.
This is textbooks and workbooks.
That shouldn't be there. Workbook has a separate code.
Okay,
So you can't order
This would be-
consumable material. Textbook,
This would be like
Money
a
is-
workbook that doesn't get written in potentially,
a
like that's a
textbook.
key, yeah.
You can include novels, like if you're an ELA teacher, your novel purchases can come from there. But anything kids write in and you need to replace every year comes out of a workbook code.
and that's what you call a consumable.
Yes, exactly. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
Textbook money is largely funded by the state. We
Okay.
can supplement that if we need to as a district, but they give you a per pupil allotment that drives that code. And clearly you can see we will have to supplement it this year when we make this purchase.
And did the state indicate how much of that they're covering this year?
And it's about $58 and change per pupil based on the prior year's enrollment.
And what do we expect the cost per pupil? Do we know?
For textbooks, we'd have.
No, for this new program, I'm just curious,
Oh.
right there, you,
Oh,
no, no, no.
the ELA program?
Yeah, did the state
I think
subsidize it now?
I put $300,000 for the ELA purchase in our budget. I think that's a high number, but until I sit down and do like the nitty gritty
Yeah.
with them, yeah.
My question, do we know, we have an inkling yet, or if we're totally off track, is the state going to subsidize this transition to the new LA program?
The state
It always gives you a
Right.
particular amount per
number.
student.
I think what,
You do it or
But
you
how,
don't.
Well, because
the
with
governor,
the
the
new
governor
thing that-
the
indicated.
quick answer is no.
That's,
The quick answer is no, not for this year.
So we don't.
Jeremy's referring to a statement made at the executive budget release that she was
Yeah.
going to put out money to support
Yes.
transition to science.
Yes.
her,
We're not-
her actual statement referred to PD. I think we talked about.
Teacher
this
training,
last-
Okay,
So
okay.
we are not counting any of that in here because.
We don't even know if
Show
it'll
me
be in
the
the
money
budget
line,
when
right?
they finish.
Okay.
So what Enrique and Margaret are referring to is that each year the state provides per pupil across the board an amount per pupil that they will reimburse us for textbook purchases, technology
workbooks.
purchases.
Not
Not
workbooks,
workbooks,
that's
it has to be
our
budgeted.
consumables.
So Enrique has to budget it as both a expense and then a revenue. So you have to see it as an expense in your budget.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we were on finishing up 2282, and that is on page 7. It's just one. It's primarily occupational ed services for BOCES. It's also. So this would be us sending primarily our students to BOCES for any of the career and tech programs, correct?
So we know already what kids are interested in that for next year?
No,
Okay, so that's,
no, it has nothing to do with that, Jeff.
okay.
The way BOCES do it is an average of the last 3 years.
Okay.
And then that's how
Now
they,
you know what you're expected to pay forward. Perfect.
exactly.
We have no way to tell them, well, we're not gonna send any kids this year. They'll still,
You're still. gonna-
Yeah.
they'll put it in their proposal for us. And then we adjust the next time, right?
Okay.
They don't charge us that each year. It's a-
I think so.
I think they charge.
I think that that's why they do it over the last 3 years. Let me double check for that, but I think they, it's a payment because they need to know how many
Oh.
classes they are going to
Yes.
run.
Yeah.
And they do it to all the school districts. If not, but it's
That makes
based on
sense.
the last 3 years enrolled.
So are we done paying them since we've met exactly what you budgeted?
No, they charge us that each year.
No, I'm saying if you look at the adopted budget for this year.
Oh, no. BOCES should pay on a monthly basis. I don't know if we already paid the same amount. Let me see.
Yes,
where-
it looks like we paid it.
That's year to date expected, I think, at the end. I think that's like year.
Hold on,
so that
20,
actual-
This is. So there are some BOCES services that you have a yearly contractual cost. And
Oh, yeah,
sometimes,
then we owe them $9,000.
Page 7, 490.
so BOCES sometimes charges you for a COSER service.
Yeah, we paid already the whole amount.
And then there are some that you pay upfront. So for instance, if there's a product that they charge us monthly for, we can always say, we're done with it, we don't want to buy it, and they let us out. But in this particular case, if we were to say, we're not gonna send any kids, we've already paid them.
Also, you should make sure you have-
Oh, we do. I guess we'll do our first call with the gallery. Dr. Kleinman, Ms. Scollins, or any of the high school administrative staff, could you briefly tell us how we go about, if you can come up to the podium, how we go about advertising BOCES participation in career tech programs?
So we, each year, probably about, we just actually went on a BOCES trip to taking students, our sophomore students, to tour it. But each and every year we'll get information from BOCES about their programs, and we will send that out to students, to parents, if they are familiar or want to become more familiar with a hands-on technical program. We certainly allow them to research that. Counselors will meet with students as well to go over if their interest is in BOCES, then they can certainly explore the programs. What we do is we then, actually this time of the year, we have an application for students to complete, fill out, and return it. And we will then, have students go to, we'll look at their numbers, have students then accept to the program, and then, we'll go the following year. So right now we're in the advertisement. We're in the phase of having students complete the application. They went on a tour. They understand what BOCES is about. BOCES has an open house. So that's the overview of how a student would become or be interested in attending BOCES. Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Do
Sure.
you have any qualifiers for students to attend, like attendance, they have to be passing everything? Or can I just, because it's a very valuable but expensive program?
Yes, so that's just it. Yeah, students each year have a minimum credit requirement. Each year, just overall, you're getting 5.5 credits. Moving into the following year, another 5 to 6 credits. We're looking at students who are, performing at doing well in school, passing their courses, and then the conversation is, yes, if I'm interested in BOCES, this can be a program for me. Also,
Is there an attendance requirement for
is there an
that?
attendance requirement?
So if a student is chronically absent and they want to go, like at the high school?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have those conversations. We'll certainly look at, we want students to obviously, if you're going to think about a program like this, you're going to want to attend. That's the basis of it. So sure, I mean, we certainly will have conversations to look at students and look at their whole profile to make sure that they want to attend a tech program, that they are in good standing.
Do we ever deny a student from attending BOCES?
We encourage, we really don't want to deny students, but we want to make sure, because these programs, if a student is really interested in this, we never want to, we're not in the business of gatekeeping and denying students. We want them to really understand what BOCES is about, how this, again, if this is something that you're really interested in pursuing after high school, whether it be, again, this vocation, this trade, we really want you to be there, and attendance and participation is part of that. Yeah.
When does the advertising start?
The advertising for BOCES, I've been putting that in our letters that come home on Friday. I would say we just got the first wave. I want to go back to like November, December.
You're saying it's high school
high
students, high school parents?
High school parents, yes, because BOCES, in terms of what their overall structure is too, we're starting to see a wave, not just here, but in Westchester County, of students who really want to pursue these programs. So BOCES on their end has kind of shifted their timeline up. They've actually had a first wave in just this past week in February, end of February. They'll continue, on. They really want those applications in. So on that end, we've kind of done the same. We've put that information out to our students, our counselors when talking to students. This way, if they're really interested, they can complete their application, and then we go from there.
You had someone come in and talk to the entire 10th grade,
Yes,
correct?
thank you. Yes, appreciate that. We did. We had, actually, it was right before the break. It was that Friday, the 13th, we did have a BOCES counseling crew come in and talk to our sophomore students. So thank you, Ms. Mills.
Thank you.
Dr. Klein.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Klein. Just real quick for the board's knowledge, we currently have 92 students enrolled in BOCES, 48 in 11th grade, 43 in 12th grade. Most enrolled courses are law enforcement. Dr. Klein provided this information too. It's not just sounding smart, help them sound smart. Law enforcement, sports medicine, auto mechanics, and then cosmetology, fashion. Now, Enrique brings up a good point. One thing that we need to keep an eye on, if there are courses that a large number of our students are attending, we should keep an eye on is if we ever get to a point, should we consider having that program in local? Because if you think about sending students to BOCES, and the fact that they charge us on the 3-year average, we're still having staff here and we're paying for a program there. So we may need to look at that actually. So that is our 2815 code. Go ahead.
I was gonna say just a suggestion that since we're talking to like the sophomore parents, should we also start doing like an interest inventory of like what courses they would want to take so that we know that maybe for like their junior or senior year, we can plan for that?
So I believe your talented high school team implemented that this year.
Awesome, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, you were saying that
Interest inventory.
just interest inventory.
Use Naviance for that?
Yeah, we do use that.
Just for that purpose of, like you were saying, for BOCES, like if we know there's students, a lot of students want to go for cosmetology, then maybe we could offer that
Yeah.
here instead.
How
So thank you.
Yeah, it's a good suggestion.
There's currently 9 periods in high school. How many, if you go to BOCES, how many periods of your day does BOCES attendance consume? And it is every day, right?
I'm going to defer to the high school on that. So the question was, if I'm a BOCES
There's like a
student,
busing component tied to this as well, right?
So it depends on your program. So BOCES has 3 sessions in a day. Some programs, our students are AM students and they're back by 10:30. Some of our students are leaving around 11. Some of our students are midday students. So there are 3 different sessions at Tech, and depending on where you are, if you are taking cosmetology and fashion, you can take the whole day there. If you are just doing cosmetology, maybe you're an AM student or a PM student. So it depends on your program.
And if you were doing both, is that 5 days a week?
Yes, yeah, it's a school. Yes, it's a full day of.
So then that covers all of their academic
Yeah,
experience.
but like Aaron said, they need to be, you need to be in good credit standing. You need to make
Yep.
sure that you have the ELA class you're taking there, all of those things, get reported back to us.
Oh, thank you.
And some of their programs are half day, some of them are full day. So it depends on what
Yeah.
program you're in. So
Okay,
some of the kids take classes here for their,
right, that's the half day and then go.
Lauren, do you have any kids that enroll in BOCES and then drop out? Like what percentage does everyone who enrolls stays? What percentage comes back to us?
Maybe a couple, 1 or 2 that I can think of that got there and it wasn't what they were expecting, or it got there and they didn't like the mix of kids in the forestry class and they really weren't, they thought it was one thing, it was gonna be something else. A lot of times they will switch programs if there's availability instead of just dropping. That's where I see a little bit more movement, but not real. If you go, you really want to be a part of that experience.
And they enroll in 11th grade, right?
11th.
So what
2
if-
years.
Is there a way in 12th grade? If I want to go to BOCES?
Definitely, yes. And there's a way, in 11th grade, you did a year there and you're like, yeah, actually, I don't want to continue with this. I want to come back. That's workable too.
But if it's a 2-year program and I'm supposed to graduate, and I'm in 12th grade, am I eligible to continue to go or no?
Through Adult Edge can,
Right.
because they have adult ed programs there.
You do that.
But then you pay separately.
Yes.
thank you, Ms. Collins.
thank you.
So board, just a quick time check. We have some pretty hefty codes to get through before our 11 o'clock public comment, but I've not seen too many members of the public here, so we may have some flexibility there. Right, it's not 11, we could show up. So unless there's a burning question, I would suggest we move on to our next codes of 2630 and 2610, which are related to instructional legal. Otherwise known,
Are we gonna go back to 26? Oh, 26.
2610 and 2630 are next. And those can be found on pages, 2610 starts on page 7 and 2630 falls directly thereafter.
So
This is you, that kind of discussion.
Is the library same situation?
Yeah.
Hired after budget's free?
I believe the librarian was hired after the approval of the budget last year.
My question was on, the 2610 elementary loan program. Because we have 0 actual year to date, but we're budgeting 18,563 for next year.
So for everybody, that's 2610 450 -03 loan.
What
The
is
loan
it?
program is a reimbursement program.
It's
Where,
what?
and like everything in our budget, we need to budget for it. It's a loan program, they pay, and then we get it as revenue. But that's how it works.
Enrique, this would be for a parochial school that.
No, this is internal,
Internal.
yes.
For, what expenditure?
Of books.
It looks like taking
It's
out
the loan
books
program.
It's a loan program for the elementary schools.
between
Cindy,
each
you
other.
want to talk about it? I don't know.
Yeah, but you're
They
saying you're
do.
getting reimbursed for it,
Yes.
even if you don't spend any money on it?
No, no.
No.
Okay.
If we spend money, your son wants to borrow a book, buy a book. No, is that how it works?
Yeah, I believe it's the books that are available for the children to borrow within the libraries. And as we've been restructuring, they've been weeding and sorting, and we have to do that again for this coming year, so that accounts for the increase. in
No,
the
I'm not
expense.
talking about the increase. Why was nothing spent this year?
I'm not sure, Margaret,
It
do you?
says $0
No, what happened there?
spent.
I don't
Do we
know
do it at
that.
the end
is
of
it
the
one of
year?
those things we
You know
take
that
the
it's
expense at
At the
year end?
end, yes.
That's what I'm saying.
In the process of
Um,
sorting,
Yeah.
right?
The
Yeah.
parents pay,
Parents pay.
yeah, for the loan.
What?
It's a loan, no?
No,
This
these are the
comes from
books
the
that the
state.
kids check out from the libraries
Because
every week, and then they
there's
return.
always a revenue.
We don't pay.
Isn't this what they're buying for their shelf, the
Yes,
circulation?
so they may not have purchased books this year because they're still in the process of sorting.
Okay.
And we're utilizing the books that we have. And now that we have the new librarian in place, once she has that process finished with the restructuring of the 3 buildings, she'll be able to look and see what she needs for each of the buildings moving forward.
So if I'm piecing this together, we did not have an elementary librarian last year, correct? So probably nobody put in for the expenditures. Correct?
Right,
And so this year, when we put in, perhaps we have not purchased the books yet
exactly.
Correct.
to do so.
She's
That's right.
reading now.
Yes,
And this is also state funded.
yes.
And then I guess
Then that's where the revenue
You get
comes
it,
from.
you get an amount per
Sorry,
pupil.
yes.
Small
Get
per
amount per
pupil amount.
I think it's like $11.
Yes.
And
And then I
Thank you,
guess
Cindy.
that would reflect the increase of 113,000 for the library for the elementary schools, right? Which is 150-03.
Yes, we didn't budget
So
for staff,
92.
and now it can be on the right.
Yes, so 150 again, you're keeping track at home is a salary code.
Yes. So then contractual expenditure for high school library, the line item right below that. Why are we doubling what we expected budgeted last year and we've spent less than what we expected to already spend?
Where are you, Jen?
2610 400.
Thanks.
02.
Yep.
Oh, one.
Sorry.
46002?
01.
01, sorry.
Sorry. So in 2022-23, we spent 9,000, then we budgeted 11,000. And then year to date, we spent 7,000, and next year we're doubling what we budgeted last year and budgeting 23,000. Is that? What is that for? What are we expecting to do differently?
Lauren, do you have your library budget up?
I do.
Seeing everybody was back there thinking they didn't hear it.
No, so I have, in front of me what she has requested. And a lot of it is our online services, research services, our Turnitin. We've been talking with Benita about piloting now our Turnitin AI writing detection, which is a part of her budget that wasn't previously a part of it, which would be now. A lot of it is her research tools,
What's that for?
electronic subscription.
Is that like an extra something?
Yeah,
type
turn it in, so you don't, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So in general terms, we're seeing a request from the high school librarian to increase the number of tools they purchase on a contract to provide opportunities for our students to access those databases, to turn it in anti-plagiarism. It not only is just for teachers, it also teaches students how to paraphrase correctly, not just this is what you did wrong. And it's used by most universities and colleges too.
They're right now doing a pilot on, OCR, like, so the student is handwriting the, paper, they can scan it in, and it will still recognize the student handwriting and be able to see if it's
Compare.
plagiarized. Right, yeah.
So are these one-time costs, annual costs, what are they?
So a lot, the majority of them are annual. It does look like, so, yeah, through a lot through BOCES, and Denise and I have been working closely together to make sure that we're, all of this is going through BOCES, so we can do COSER if we need to. A lot of these are stuff that we've already purchased, but the cost has gone up. So it's been annually, however, there's a different New York Times electronic subscription has gone up this year, I think. But they realize that people are accessing it more online. So some of this is an increase, but not too many, new additional pieces.
So does it add up to $23,000 annually? Sorry.
From what I see in front of me, yes.
Benita, I'm assuming this is you.
Yeah.
2630,
Thank you, Lauren. 2630.
$400-10. That reduction of 167, is that a reduction, computer lease, I'm assuming? Is that a reduction in expense, or is that one of those opportunities where we were just shifting it to a different budget line for like BOCES?
I believe that's the
Yeah, that's, if you remember, we used to do leases through Chase and now we're doing it through BOCES. So
Right.
it's the last 4 years, so now it was a 5-year cycle, we paid.
So now we can start to push it to that other like.
Exactly.
So that'll eventually
The
go to
last
zero.
lines.
Oh, yeah,
It's gonna all shift. Yes.
in 3 years, it will go to zero.
So if you look at the second to the last line,
Yeah.
49009 IPA, that was never there before.
That's the offset.
Right,
Yes.
that's the BOCES.
And that one is also BOCES reimbursable or
Yes.
aidable.
Yes.
So 40% of that number actually now comes back.
Right, so we spend 450,000 last year through the IPA because we started the IPA. So everything we're deploying this year is purchased through the IPA. So we should see that money coming back to us.
So not only, so it's not even a wash, right? So it's 167 reduction, 156 increase. So aside from that 11.
No, you cannot look at it like that because it really depends that year, those 4 years, how many computers you bought, how many everything.
But on this
So-
156, I'm just saying this 156 is now 40% also of that coming back next year.
Correct.
It would be the same for the 450 on the bottom.
It's 450 on the bottom.
The last one,
490.
9, yeah.
Yes, that BOCES is
It's
also.
also,
So net, that 450 increase, 40% of that is coming back. So 180 of that is
In general terms, yes, but BOCES delineates between what is an administrative cost, what is an instructional cost, they give different aid ratios.
fine.
So we have to.
And then also they charge you a 17% fee.
oh boy.
It's not that simple.
If you 70 to get 40, that sounds backwards.
If you look at,
17,
if you
Oh,
17.
All right.
Yeah. No, 17. Yeah.
23%.
Yeah.
when you adopt the BOCES budget component of our budget, you'll see on their IPA administrative fee as an example. That will be,
Is everything 17% or only certain categories?
No,
And that's why-
everything.
Okay.
That's how they make, that's how they survive, because they don't have taxpayers.
But certain things are higher, like, we moved our van services to BOCES.
Your what services?
WAN services,
Yeah.
internet
Fiber.
services, fiber. So that's actually at a 52% return rate. So there's different types based on, again, the codes that they use.
Okay.
now, just so the board remembers this and the viewing public at home can take this and say they learned something today, hopefully. BOCES, if they do make any profit, has to distribute that profit based upon participation rate back to the school districts who participate.
Okay.
So it's
So they run that zero.
they run that zero, yes.
Can I ask you guys to look at another code?
Sure.
2630.50, Act 02.
26 there, so that's on page 8, no,
7.
page 7,
Wait, what?
2630,
150, 02.
Okay. So, computer assisted Blue Mountain Middle School instructional salaries.
Oh, that's the new teacher. Is that the new teacher?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you do.
Salary.
Yeah, you do.
That's a salary.
It's the instruction.
So when Benita says she doesn't have that code, the salary codes are managed by the business.
Oh, I
Oh, okay.
To reflect staffing. salary.
This looks like we haven't
No,
used
you
it.
have it there. It's,
No, I
but it's
Yes.
not you,
In my.
because it has nothing to do with you, it has to do with stuff.
But maybe we're really not using it. Like, yeah.
Librarians at the middle school?
You're not using it?
There's two instructors.
Well, I think her point is that year to date,
Last year we used 0. We had budgeted for it again. This year we used 0 and we're budgeting for it again next year.
Yeah, because
What is this?
it's above, because it's also.
I agree. So I think we just have to review it.
Yeah, right? You're
Yeah,
saying
I
the same
think,
thing I'm
I
saying.
think there's. I don't know where
Where we just not draw down against the.
This is a library? No, this isn't.
Well, we only
We
have
have
one librarian at the middle school.
Well, that's not library. That's
That's the computer person.
correct.
Right.
Oh, is that because you got rid of Paul?
So we don't have that.
Wow, that's.
So I don't know who, I'm not sure who that should reflect, because I don't know where they were placed.
Elsewhere.
Yeah, I can't,
Well, it's hard when you're looking at like that, because you don't know who's what.
I don't, right, I don't know who that is
Yeah.
or was supposed to be. There is a tech teacher at the middle school.
But we
There's
haven't
also,
paid
there's
anything
also,
this
there's
year.
also opportunities
Correct.
where we have to anticipate an unexpected cost.
Of course, right.
right, and if you don't, yes. I mean, Lisa's budget is a perfect example.
Exactly.
of that.
They're called contingency
I mean,
expenses.
yours is the perfect example of that. So imagine with these outside placements, if there was nothing there, it'd be
Right, yeah.
like disastrous.
So this, I mean, this is basically, what this basically reads is that we don't have someone doing this right now, but we would like to have someone doing
It's
it.
contingent upon.
Or something, or for something else.
We may need somebody.
I don't think that's what it reads.
Well, it's
I
gonna,
think it reads as it's a rollover.
That's what it is.
Sorry.
No, but that's saying the same thing. Yeah.
Well,
Saying that we're
the
aware that
person
there's
who's in the
nothing.
position now is not coming out of here, so I don't know where they are. In terms of salary.
Double book then.
All right, let's.
Just
This is a contingent expense.
it's a code.
Yeah,
We don't want to have to come back after the budget is passed and say, well, this now.
right,
We
Yes.
can.
Yes.
You can't.
okay.
Okay, so, keeping a track of time, we have 1 minute to go through, interscholastic athletics and co-curricular and staffing.
Okay, 2025.
So 2855 can be found on page
Eight.
8. Thank
At the
you.
bottom.
And in this first line is where that cost of that additional organizer, coordinator is.
I don't believe it would be in that line because that's salaries.
Oh,
Those would come out
What
of
is the-
probably the
Interscholastic.
contractual expenditure, or if there's a,
it's just the exact amount.
you might have put it in. I sent him a text asking. So the reason why we don't
You
have our,
asked for it last year and didn't get it, correct?
Correct.
So maybe it was put in, not used, and now it's asking.
No,
Well, it
it's an
was
increase.
included
It's
last
an
year.
increase.
What one, which one?
I think
twenty
this is the first
55,
one,
dot 150 dash 01.
Oh.
I think that's what it's called.
Cause it's not,
It's the same.
the same dollar amount, right?
Adrian?
But I thought we said he didn't include it.
No, he did, he did.
He did in this. Okay, yeah, this is,
Yes.
yeah.
That and the special ed programs are the only ones reflected in the actual budget figures.
Only the tech person.
And the actual year today is because we haven't moved for the spring season.
Wonder if we put it under chaperones, although we just underestimated chaperones. Under budget for chaperones.
Actual year to date, we've spent 20,000.
Is that 01 or 02?
I mean, they're asking for 72.
That might, I'm wondering if that's something that gets charged later.
Mhm.
Well, we
Because
still,
done.
we also still have
The whole
full spring
spring.
season
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Because last year we spent,
So we budgeted for,
Like with transportation. that was different.
Mhm.
but the year before we only
It's like
spent
we get it towards the
28.
end of the year,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
I'm sure
but-
there has to be some flexibility in there because if we do go on extended playoff runs,
Like basketball.
right.
But then there's
Yeah,
another line item up there for 16601. A little bit above that. Says high school with non-instructional chaperones. We spent, last year, we spent almost 30,000. We budgeted 10 for this year and already.
Are you in
spent
athletics
almost-
still?
Going.
Yeah, we're.
So that would be, so 2850 would be co-curricular. So that's a separate activity fund.
Only 55 athletic.
So
Yeah.
2850
sorry.
would be.
Yeah, I was like, where did you put it here?
Sorry.
Where do you think?
Understood.
I can't focus.
Lines or double lines.
Jen, those chaperone expenses for the co-curricular would be for trips down into the city for cultural activities, separate from that, separate accounting from athletic.
So this is basically school trips.
Correct.
It looks like we're way over budgeting for the chaperones.
Which line?
No, we're way under.
No,
Chefs.
we spent 20,000 last year, we've spent 20,000 so far, and we're asking for checks and two. Because you still have a sports season to build. No, I understand.
Are you talking about-
No, but look at last
Last
year.
year we spent
We're
28.
underestimating it.
Yeah, but I wonder if this is his,
8,000.
I wonder if this is his coordinator position?
No, that we're over asking. No, she's saying, she's over asking, not under.
2 years ago, we spent
So
28. This year.
Carmen, we'll put down as a follow-up,
The year before, we
For
only
us to
spent
work with-
28.
Yeah.
Mr. Baker on 2855,
Where are you?
166-01 shaft.
Third line from the
Yeah.
bottom.
Oh, last year.
It just doesn't.
No, 28, that was 22, 23, 23, 24. Oh, right, you're right.
It's adopted, yeah.
Yeah, it was adopted, yeah.
I just mean that's the best, if the money's just sitting there, why don't we put it towards stuff like
Maybe
this?
take a
So we'll
couple.
follow up with him, and if it's,
Yeah.
if it's historically happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm.
Right, why you're not asking for anything new? Repurpose it.
Okay.
Any other questions on interscholastic athletics?
Where does, like our cycle of replacing uniforms and stuff like that, what code is that?
Got materials and, I think when Tom did his budget presentation, he mentioned that his materials and supplies increased. I think that should be.
Well, yeah, but
That was the year,
we had an unanticipated expense, which means last year.
that was 125, I think that was the new uniform.
But look at, we're trending higher again
The rest
and
of
only
that,
asking for
yeah.
61. What's happening?
Well, he said, I remember.
No, it's the rest of that, or,
The-
right, remember the rest of
the
the max.
problem-
No, but last year too, we had a much higher.
I know, I can't remember.
The problem that Tommy had was that some of the uniforms on the helmet, he had to replace. So I had to transfer some money to that account. So this year, that's why this
What
year
I'm saying,
was,
last year we overspent in that area.
this year,
Maybe.
the budget was 61 and he already spent 91.
Yeah, that was the max. So the year before, we also had to spend on, you were saying football material.
But that was a one-time expense, you are right, the helmets
Showing that
We
every
had
year.
to buy
there's an item
helmets.
like that.
and other uniforms. This year again, you can ask him why, he's only asking for 61, if in the past he has.
He said that he was okay.
He stood here and he said he was okay, he did not see.
Okay.
He may come back to us next year and say, I need an increase because we have to do this uniform recycling.
I just want to make.
Or something.
Yeah.
Where in the middle school,
I don't know.
where in the middle school, modified expenditures for sports? They're probably under this.
So why don't we, Carmen, can we put that down as a question for follow-up with Tom Baker? Where are middle school uniforms budgeted?
I would like to know that. Yeah.
And then maybe
Perfect.
transfer the chaperone money.
Yeah, yeah, we just have to make sure that we're, and what the cycle is.
Anything else on interscholastic athletics?
Nope.
Let's go to the co-curricular, please, then. That would be 2850.
That's right above it.
right above it.
Same page. Same
Same page.
Just right above it.
That's what I mean.
Right above it.
It's anything related to a co-curricular activity, within the district. So trips, clubs, if we do, I don't know, does this district, if there is a participation in the, All-State Music Festival, if that's covered there, is that covered in the music budget? Probably in the co-curricular. I see Principal shaking again. Thank you.
The co-curricular 2850-150-01.
That went out.
2850-151-01.
We're budgeting under.
Yeah, why are we budgeting under when we?
Well, remember,
We're not anymore.
we asked all of our principals to
Now
review
we're
their clubs
budgeting,
and
right.
activities. I
That's why it
believe
went up.
Ms. Scollin
We're now
said
budgeting properly.
she can get away without running, I think, 3 clubs next year. They're running.
Okay.
So she and her team reduced costs for us there.
So that's, looks like an increase, but it's not. Because we under budgeted previously and now we're putting in the appropriate amount to actually cover it in the budget line. So that's not an increase of an actual expense. It's an increase of a budgetary line item because it was previously not budgeted appropriately.
Coinciding with an actual audit of participation and what should be running.
So what are the requirements to continue a club, Lauren? Like, what are you looking at?
How do we decide?
Student interest, attendance, how are we?
Student interest and attendance. So, something like like our mock trial club is very popular and students are there every week and they attend all of their competitions and they're dedicated. The teachers across the district in all our clubs this year were asked to keep track of attendance, how many are regular, how many are drop-ins, and submit all of that information weekly. There are some clubs running right now that maybe have 1 student or 2 students. There were also clubs that began and then a teacher left halfway through the year and they haven't been running and the students aren't showing interest for it. So we pulled the students and asked for interest. And then there are some clubs that can kind of combine forces, very similar thinking. We have an interest in something for Habitat for Humanity and the Seed Club feels like that's something they want to take on for next year. So we're gonna, instead of starting a new club, combine clubs. So that's where we're looking to do that, but it's mostly driven on student interest.
Do you have any new clubs that the kids were interested in?
We have lots of new ideas. So Mr. Trombley and I met with a student recently who was interested in supporting our veterans. And he wanted to do Hudson Heroes. I can't think of the name of exactly what he wanted. But we also have a Stars and Stripes Club who runs similar activities with that. So we were able to connect him in that way. So some of our students were interested in a weight training and a health facilities, a health and weight management club. We now have our after school weight room open with our athletic trainer. So there are different options so that when the kids bring it to us, we have the ability to either connect them with someone or I had a student come to me this week and she would like to run a club where they support local animal shelters and they breed the puppies and so we'll be able to do that through different avenues, but hoping over time to audit our clubs to say maybe this won't run this year, but next year we'll be able to run a club like this, but really make the students more accountable and in charge of what we're running and why we're running it.
Perfect. How many clubs does the high school have?
I can have.
Hold on.
You can find some first. Is this the same policy that we had at the middle school for clubs, good attendance and student interest?
I don't know, are you
Yes.
asking?
So we
Approximately
asked
44
across-
clubs.
Yeah, we asked across the district to take.
44.
Clubs.
In high school?
How many?
So,
How many clubs?
44.
Approximately. Laura, am I right?
Yes, that's correct.
is that generally what other school districts of our size are having, like,
You know, interestingly enough, the principals groups have had a lot of conversation about auditing the clubs. I think it got very, big bubble of lots of similar things. So yes, I think everyone is in the same bubble of looking at what can we streamline. We don't have any, we don't have a crazy amount, but I think there are areas that we could, we have some clubs with 1 or 2 students that we need to find an avenue for them and find something that, we have 65 and others, so that type of thing.
okay, so you're gonna continue to audit for next year also?
Yeah, it's gonna be on an ongoing basis, because, you might have a group of students who are really passionate about something and they graduate and the next group's gonna come in and want something else.
And we do this at the middle school as well, attendance.
Yes, Mr. Giovanazzi provided that information.
We don't have as many clubs as the high school has, of course, but we do monitor weekly attendance, student interest, see how many kids are showing up in the clubs. I did have some kids come to me before about trying to start a mountain biking club, so we're in the process of seeing if we can make that happen. But I never want to turn a student away to an idea or be involved with an extracurricular, because that could be their connection to school and being successful day after day. So we do monitor attendance, and we do monitor interest and involvement.
Thank you, Ms. Collins and Mr. Giovanazzi. Any other questions on our co-curricular codes? The clubs are determined by contractual, salary schedule. So board, we are, from the time check, we are approximately 12 minutes past our agenda, which is pretty good, considering the depth and breadth of the information we're digesting. We do have a choice we can make. We do have public comment right now.
Yeah.
So, before we get to public comment, does the board want to move the staffing discussion? We delved into it a little bit. Do we want to move staffing to after lunch or lunch break starting at 12:30?
I know that it's Jenny's orders, it's Quinn's birthday, so I know you'd like to be part of that conversation, right? I would. Are you okay to say? You're going good. Okay. So.
Why don't we open up to some public comment?
Yep, and then, we'll do that. Is there anyone? Perfect.
So vicious. Okay. A lot of you here. I would like clarification on many points you all referenced during your board meetings. I've sent a number of questions, but have yet to receive some answers. So I'm going to address some of my questions now, and hopefully you guys will respond to the questions that I don't address right now, because I've had them in for about a month.
Sorry,
So,
you asked them of the board or the administration?
I've asked them of all of you. You were all CC'd on the emails.
What are they? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, they're budget related. They're about operational costs, and I was told that you didn't have them yet. This was about a month ago. I've asked numerous follow-ups and I haven't received answers. I was told that you guys don't have that information and I should reach to administration. So I have, and I've been told that all those answers weren't in yet. So if there are operational questions about financing and you're talking about minutia and details of the budget, I'm just a little curious as to why those questions can't be answered.
So, Ms. Piccolo Hill, I left a message on.
Yes, I
Thursday
received it
night.
and I replied. I've had those questions in for some time, so I just wanted to ask them here. Should I read my question and then? My concern began when your budget parameters look to keep all programs in elementary school while looking for efficiency and cost reductions only at secondary. That's not how you should be viewing a budget. You should be trying to maintain and improve the education for all K-12 kids. Yes, Plan B is more expensive, yet it shouldn't be at the expense of kids in 6 to 12. This impacts every single child in the district and community members as a whole, because a strong secondary makes us a desirable district. Can you provide a detailed list of the 111 under-enrolled classes you referenced numerous times? Are these K to 12, or are you only looking at 6 to 12, and if so, why? What constitutes an under-enrolled class? By nature, differentiation at the secondary level creates fluctuating enrollment. Classes are created for all ends of the bell curve. And by the way, that was one key strategic goal of our district, was to get the education kids what they need on all ends of the district. If you're creating a schedule only based upon enrollment or primarily based upon enrollment, are you no longer offering high-level courses seniors have spent 5 years preparing for? Sorry, kids, but no AP languages. Advanced art? Nope. Calc? Sorry, go back to freshman algebra, the class is running. Looking at high school through a lens of primarily enrollment is misguided and hurts the education of all the children, as well as the ranking and perception of the district and community as a whole. Thanks. So I know I did receive your message that you did speak to the consultant. It worries me a little bit that the consultant had to be referred to get answers for some of these questions, because you guys are making the decisions about enrollment and what's going to run.
So to respond to that,
Mhm.
which part would you like me to respond to first? About the consultant or?
Well, all of it.
Sure.
I mean, my main concern is looking to only enrollment as the guide for what classes you run in the high school, when differentiation is a huge part of a high school education. I mean, throughout our district, kids have to sit there and wait, right? Especially if they need enrichment. Many of those kids wait because it's general education. So the teacher has big classes and they have to address the needs of all the kids. I understand that. That's very difficult. It's really hard to teach to varying levels in a class when you're expected to teach them all day. By the time they get to the high school, the kids have the opportunity to take the classes that meet not only their interests, but their educational needs. Many kids in this district wait through K to 8 to get there. You have a little bit of enrichment in the middle school, but really little. It starts in 7th with some math, maybe a little in 8th, and then they get to the high school where they get to have their needs met. And now you guys are looking to enrollment only. You are decimating the education for some of these kids, and you're not even batting an eye. I mean, I've been watching these meetings, and honestly, it seems like you're funneling money into elementary and you're suctioning it out from secondary, and that's not okay. I know that we need a new curriculum in the elementary school. My kids lived that core curriculum, and now they're entering a secondary where they're also not going to get a robust secondary education. This is a concern, and I've been trying to address it with you guys for over a month, and I've met, we don't know. We're working on it. I'm very frustrated.
Michelle, I would just like to say to you with all due respect,
Mhm.
I wrote down the things you mentioned. They are not the board's role. Okay, so.
Well, that is why I'm here at the budget meeting asking everybody.
100%, but to come up and say that we have been unresponsive is not fair. It is the job of the administration.
I'm sorry to interject.
No. Michelle, let me speak.
You said.
Michelle, I'm
didn't have that
asking you to let
information.
me speak.
Okay.
Okay, we are 100%, I'm in agreement with you on some things that you brought up. It is not my role as the board to work on creating schedules, to tell Ms. Scollins what she should do with her schedule, to ask, to know the enrollment of each course. All of the things that you're asking are completely valid questions, but they are of the administration. So I'm going to
here on
ask
budget
you
day asking the
to not
administration.
100%,
And the people
but
who
you
set the
come up
budget-
here and
who
accuse
set the
the
budget
board
parameters?
of not getting you answers.
Who set the budget parameters?
The board together with the administration.
Bullet point
There's
number
no-
1, keep all programs in elementary.
But
Or
there's
that was
nothing
bullet
to
point number
reduce,
2.
Michelle.
Bullet
There's
point
nothing
number
to
3 was
reduce.
look for efficiency and
Okay,
cost
but
reduction
there's nothing to
in
reduce.
secondary.
I'm just asking that
There's
when you
nothing to
come here,
reduce.
you don't scold the board because we are working really hard. And it is the responsibility of those that are employed by the district to get you the answers you're seeking, not my fellow
Absolutely,
trustees.
100%. However, they are answering the budget parameters that were set by the board.
Correct.
Bullet point number
But it
2,
doesn't
can I
say-
answer?
It doesn't
I give
say-
you time to answer. Thank you. Bullet point number 2 was keep all elementary school programs, despite going to a program where you are now dividing K to 2. That's great. The kids should get all their programs. But you are looking to secondary. You set the guide to be look for efficiency and reduce expenses only at secondary. If you are looking to reduce expenses and efficiency, why not look K to 12? Was your consultant tasked with looking at K to 12 or only 6 to 12?
I just want to interject on one thing here. Elementary K-5 is so different than middle school. You know this, Michelle.
Absolutely.
It's by seats in a classroom, right? So
Right.
elementary is based on class caps. So it's a little different than the middle school and the high school.
Absolutely.
So a scheduling consultant wouldn't look at that because that's not how that works. So you know that. You know
Right,
that
but-
very well. You know that
I
very well.
absolutely do know that.
Okay, so
But-
then let Mr. Trombley, give Mr. Trombley an opportunity to answer.
So Michelle, I also have answers to other questions that you asked that you didn't pose here, and I'll be happy to follow up with any of those. So in general terms, you are pointing to a parameter that the board gave us.
Yes.
That's one parameter. the first parameter was to submit a budget that was within the tax cap. So that means that we look K-12, every budget code, and in fact, today is a visual representation of going through each code to make sure we're looking K-12. So yes, our elementary administrators were asked to look to make cuts from their program as well too. Our secondary were asked to look, specifically we were asked to look at the schedule because our job as stewards of taxpayer dollars are to make sure that we're looking at all the details. And we know that when you have a high school schedule, singletons are where you can often see, are we offering not only what our students want, but also are we being efficient with our funding? So you ask, you ask, can we share with you under the 111 under enrolled classes? I don't think that will help a conversation. We use it for operational, looking at what courses are there. So what is an under enrolled class? If you have a class size cap within the contract of 28 students can be seen in this particular class. We looked at, are there classes that are 80% under enrolled and 50% enrolled as sort of thresholds?
What
And that,
constitutes under enrolled?
if you have a class size of 28 students,
So you're looking at differentiated higher level classes as if they're under 28
we're looking at
students?
every class.
Is that your guide for
Michelle,
differentiated
I think he was
classes?
just telling you, he looked at 80% and 50% of the cap. He didn't look at 28. He was trying to answer.
But you're
that
using
question.
28 as the guide?
28 because that's what we are contractually
Or
allowed.
AP classes, for something like AP Bio or AP Physics, you're using 28 as your guide.
So there's,
That's where he's saying that's where the 111 under enrolled classes comes from. That doesn't mean we're looking to cut, to make efficiencies.
just our
within
data
all
analysis.
that. That's just where that number came from.
Right, but when you're referencing during a board meeting, 111 under enrolled classes, you should be able to speak to what those classes are and what the enrollment in those classes
We
are.
can,
Because that
we
is
can, but does the
justification for
public need-
making some of these.
that's really
changes.
operational for the administration, right? I mean, we looked at the classes at scheduling time. I can't tell you that every class that ran last year is going to run this year because we're in scheduling season right now. So we're asking for time for the students to reply. And what we're saying is traditionally the district has run courses based upon what is run and what is wanted to run.
Well,
Now we're
and
taking-
what is in the progression of the kids
Now-
taking for 3 years.
And I think in our conversations, you know, we have a sequence of courses, we're not gonna pull the rug out on students. There's a way to do that.
You're not.
I can't, what you're trying to do is you're trying to pigeonhole me into
Well,
saying
what I'm
black
trying to
and
do
white.
is, yes, I would like. to
Black
have
and
some of
white,
these
scheduling
answers.
is not black and white, so I'm never gonna promise you something I can't promise. I will tell you,
Okay.
in every opportunity possible, we are going to see, if we have a student in a sequence, we are not going to do something that's detrimental to the student. And at the same time, we're not gonna do something detrimental to the student by become financially insolvent. So we're going to do this in a thoughtful way. I'd ask that you give our administrators who are very talented and very student-driven time through the scheduling process. You know, you can reach out to me at any time. I've given you my cell phone. I'm always responsive.
Yes, you are. I
So-
didn't want to come here. I
I
tried to do
understand.
this by email and phone calls. I did not want to be publicized. I didn't want it to come to a room full of people. This was a conversation that I wanted to have, but I was not getting answers. And I'm still concerned. I'm still concerned, like your answer right now still greatly concerns me.
Tell
as
me
a
why it
parent.
concerns you, Debbie. How?
Because as a parent of a junior, you saying, well, we're gonna try, but we have to be very budget conscious for courses that my kid has taken for 6 years or 5 years.
And I have to
And
be
you're going to
honest,
say, you know, an AP language.
Every
Those
school
classes by
administrator,
nature.
any school administrator, anybody who's in charge of taxpayer dollars should be very budget conscious at the same time of living out their mission. So that's the balance, and that's how I'm trying to be transparent.
You
And
know-
I'll be happy to speak offline with you right now about all your other individual questions.
Well, but I mean, that sort of pulls into some of my other questions. Like one of my questions, what's the enrollment in the K2 classes in Beebe and Furnace Woods?
And I
Because-
can share that with you. It's right now the enrollment in K2 classes that we currently have.
Are there any classes that are under the cap? And are you splitting them? Are there any classes that are dramatically under the cap?
So
I mean, I know that fluctuates greatly because it's dependent upon kids coming into the district and can change up to the last minute. And then even up to the last minute, you can split the class size. But a few years ago, there was going to be a class that was 11 kids for a gen ed class in Furnace Woods. There were going to be 2 11 kid classes. Again, I understand the class caps. I know you're under those parameters, but then you're asking me to understand, well, we may not run, you know, language or math or whatever that your kid has been taking for a number of years. I mean, you guys are looking to make changes that are going to greatly impact the kids that are currently in school and kids coming up. But kids coming up, at least they may be able to adjust to compensate for classes that are running every other year or whatnot.
And Michelle, the reason why I'm saying asking for time is because we're in the middle of the scheduling process. We don't know what students are going to ask us for, so we don't know what's going to run, so we don't know what's not going to run. The scheduling process is occurring right now, and it should be driven by student enrollment, not what is always run or what we want to run based upon need. So can I answer your question about class sizes at
Please.
BV? And so we are anticipating kindergarten of having 4 sections of 7 with 79 students. We're anticipating first grade to have 79 students, 4 sections. We're anticipating second grade, 4 sections with 77 students. Enrollment for Furnace Woods, we are expecting 56 students for 3 sections, 56 students for, that's for K, 56 sections for first grade with 3 sections, and second grade, we are anticipating 67 sections with 67 students with 3 sections.
So are they close to half? Are they?
Yes, close as half as possible.
And then if someone comes in, those classes could again be split, right?
This number, if one more person comes in, I don't see it being split.
And I mean, some of my other questions, again, which you can address later, was operational budget for, the school. I mean, I understand the need to be budget conscious. I understand to try to meet the levy. I understand all of that. But, using that as a rationale for then pulling the rug out of many kids that are in school because, well, there's just not enough kids that took language. They're mandated to take language. So the ones that are penalized are the ones that stay with it.
I don't think that we're penalizing students.
If you don't run the class, you are. How are you not?
I think this is probably.
I'll be happy to talk on that.
One-on-one conversation.
That's great. But a lot of these, the reason I'm asking these questions and I'm concerned that you don't know these answers is, to me. as a
Michelle, I know every
constituent-
answer you ask, and I'll be happy to talk to you.
Okay, but doesn't that impact the budget? Doesn't that impact where you're funneling money?
We're not funding money. We don't
Well,
fund
where you're allocating money,
where we're proposing to spend.
where you're proposing to spend money?
Okay, this is not generally a back and forth thing and it's getting a little disrespectful, so I'm gonna ask that we move on. I don't want you to be
Absolutely. Apologize
negative. We're all
again.
trying really hard here.
Absolutely. I appreciate the back and forth. Again, I prefer to have it offline than to have to come here. Thank you.
I just want to make a comment as a high school teacher for the general public that's out there. Scheduling is occurring right now. I do not know what I'm teaching next year. So when the numbers come in, I might be teaching the same classes. There might not be enough enrollment, like this year there wasn't enough enrollment in one class, so it didn't run. This is what happens in every high school across the United States. I mean, not running a class because of enrollment is fiscally responsible.
We also we have in the past, just because of just the way the schedule works, to accommodate students, run 2 of something, right? Now, there's been years we've won 1 of something, and then 2 of something, and only had 7 or 8 kids in a room, instead of combining them. So that's because we have the staff, right? That's how we have done that. So I think it's irresponsible not to look at that overall.
You're
And I think
supposed
that,
to do it.
yes, but I think that's for Mrs. Collins,
Yes.
Dr. Kleinman, they're doing the work to make sure that kids have the opportunities they want and need based on what kids want.
I want
That's the goal.
to also make sure that we keep moving through Jen. So let's start with our staffing conversation before lunch.
So board, in your budget book, the staffing section can be found in the green tab. And we have a couple of different ways that we broken down for you. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you, Claire.
So what we have in the staffing tab for you, we have, Greg, do you have the staffing documents?
I believe I do. What's the name of the?
So we have FTE teachers positions by building.
I have FTE and hourly rates by account code, something like that.
So Greg, let's pull up. pull up budgeted FTE and hourly, please. That will give the same data, instead of a different format. That's probably easier. Well, that's for people reading at home. For the board, if you're in the green tab, we're gonna start at FTE teacher positions by building. HHSD's total staffing by building, budgeted FTE and hourly aides by account code. That's what the public will see, because that's probably the easier way. And then we also have it broken down by our entire school district by position. And then budgeted FTE and hourly rate by account code for cross reference.
No, I know that. You said that should be.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you'll see first, board, is we have our teachers by building. The caveat that we are sharing with you, because when we put this together and when we were putting the information together, we wanted to just do elementary as one group, because we were in the process of identifying where teachers were going to be placed. So we didn't want to come to you with inaccurate information. So rather than this year by building for elementary, you'll see it just as labeled by elementary. So also we did put them in order of where they are in terms of departments. And so as an example, Enrique, if we can sort of give an example, we're in the first page of the very first teachers by positions by building. If you go into your English department, you'll see a budgeted 23-24 FTE of 1, an actual, a dash, and a proposed of a dash. Enrique, that means that we did not fill that position for this year, and we are not anticipating filling it for next year.
Exactly.
So at the end of the day, high school, we budgeted 84.3 people. We're using 80.8 people, and so we're budgeting in this document 80.8 people for next year.
Yes,
No change.
correct.
Now, again,
And those were, I'm sorry, and those were the 4 positions of the board eliminated during the summer. Or
Whenever.
whenever.
Okay.
and just as a reminder, because scheduling is occurring right now, that is not with any data based upon what's scheduling. So scheduling should drive staff.
So the board can understand the actual FTEs and the proposed besides the Lisa, that's it.
Tom's.
Tom's, but they are not here.
Yeah.
I'm looking at having the same number of teachers as we had as of February 1st. So any changes will come later.
Yeah, 'cause this doesn't take into account any efficiencies or anything.
No,
you guys
that's
want.
what I'm saying.
So,
What they told me we had in February 1st, they are proposing to have next year
As of right now,
as of right now.
but that could change.
Because
It will.
schedule.
It will change.
It will have to change before March 27th.
When
Yes.
is scheduling process done?
Well, scheduling goes right up until the start of the
yeah,
year,
yeah,
but the, and let me pull up the timeline really quick.
It never ends.
So currently in high school staff, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Currently, we are right now engaged in tallying course requests, making sure students have completed their course requests, and having preliminary numbers generated to look at just the first run of sections. Then what needs to happen is you review this with your instructional leaders. You look at those courses with low interest and you talk to students about if this course doesn't run, what are other options for you? Then you begin to build the schedule. And you also have, at the same time, we're also looking at CSE meetings too, for placement there as well. So this is where you're keeping a constant eye on, do we have a low enrolled course? Get students encouraged about them. Let's look at other options. Should you not be able to get this one? You also look at if we have courses that are getting post that cap, you're going to want to talk about, do we need to split a section and how many we have? So this is the meat and potatoes part of scheduling. Oh, I'm sorry. The scheduling should be done by April 12th.
That's after the budget.
It's after the budget, but between March 11th and March 29th, that's where you have the finalization. We'll have it finalized in general terms of what courses are going to run within that, the number of sections which dictates
That
that.
we'd like to run.
Knowing what we have. So the FTE count for the high school could change before the board adopts the budget? Okay. So right now it's like a status quo and we're.
And the reason why it's key to understand that we're looking for, we say reductions and we don't know if we're gonna lose course offerings because we don't know if we've been running our schedule efficiently to provide staff with the ability to teach the courses that we want to run.
Right.
As I said before, if you have 11 students in any course, you also need to think about what that teacher could be teaching for the 18 students that aren't in that class. Is a way to look at it as well.
Are we just looking at high school now or all of them?
In terms of what we're doing for the budget,
Right now, at this moment.
at this moment, we're gonna look at all staff,
Um,
No, all teachers.
So I just-
all teachers, excuse me,
I
all
had a
teachers.
question.
Thank you.
How is, for the elementary schools? The
It's the
AIS,
last one.
yeah, but the AIS, that, there's the 0.04.
So this is on page 6 of your FTE position.
What is your 0.04?
That's,
Because if you go to, I'm sorry. If you go to page
Page
10,
6.
if you go to page 10,
Uh-huh,
some is going to be paid by the federal fund.
okay, okay. I was just trying to figure out
So the
how
second to
someone
last,
was a 0.04 teacher.
but
Yeah,
the
no,
second to
no.
last line item on page 10 is the 0.96 to correspond with that 0.04.
Yeah, I was just like, what are they?
well, for edification purposes, you could have a position that is 0.4,
Yes.
0.4, right?
0.04.
Right.
Yeah.
It's all
And
funding
then-
source.
Before the March 27th meeting, are we gonna have a breakdown of the 3 elementary schools, or we're keeping them all? Cause this doesn't give me the full picture.
Well, some of them are shared.
Yeah, but like, when are we gonna know that
Who's
information?
going where?
Or just like how many, when are we gonna get a breakdown of that information?
Why doesn't, I'm just asking why.
Well,
Just so I think we could be fully transparent as to where the money is going.
So we have completed the elementary staffing, so I can certainly give all of that to Enrique and they can code them in the buildings based on the shifts.
Well, we can
But
say that.
however, this is a big however. Let's say that you have a teacher that moved from one building to the other one and opens one. So there's a domino effect that, I don't know when, Margaret, you think that domino effect can happen.
I think we're done.
Margaret's done, I
have
am
to be
not.
able to tell you, we
Ah.
obviously have shared staff. So like you'll see somebody that will be a 0.5 at BV and a 0.5 at Furnace Woods.
But
But-
didn't you say that, for example, if there's a teacher that wants to move to a different
Everybody's
grade
been
level?
moved.
Everybody moved,
Everybody's moved.
but special ed has another.
So here's
posting.
what we'll do. We'll put down as a follow-up item, we'll explore to see if we can
Yeah.
produce something by building
Yeah.
before budget
It
adoption.
also matters, that's based on the teacher's inquiry.
So yeah, then we don't need to look at it that way, but still just figuring out.
Do you mean not the not the FTE cost, but the
You want
other?
the cost or the FTE?
Just the FTE, I guess, is fine, just like how many
because the co-
bodies per building and like
Right,
who's
yeah.
going
That's a
there.
lot easier because the
Yes.
cost would mean
Yeah.
that I will need to move each
Like what
person.
services are gonna be, like just.
So something
Yeah,
we
yeah,
can find.
yeah, so you
Yes,
want the
yeah,
FTE,
yeah,
not the
that's fine.
cost.
That's very
Carmen, we'll
easy to
put
get.
down the
Yeah, that's
follow-up on
very
FTE
easy.
by building.
Okay,
I think that makes sense. Yeah.
yeah,
I just want to make sure I understood.
We wanted to get you a budget book to look at today. so.
yeah, no, I.
The FTEs for the middle school, isn't scheduling easier at the middle school when we know right now what we need for next year?
We do.
So we need the exact same staff.
So I have asked Mr. Giovanazzi to look at his schedules as well, to see if we can be providing.
I don't know
If we can make any
scheduling middle
changes.
school is easier.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say easier.
You know what?
I would
Other
not
party
say it's
familiar.
easier. There's a lot, it's different.
It's the
It's different, I
never
wouldn't
ending
say
debate, who
necessarily
works harder,
easier.
elementary, middle or high school.
Okay.
We're not gonna have that here. I'm not taking on that. detail right now.
Just for my own clarification.
Middle school is a different beast.
I'll take an early lunch if we're gonna go that far, guys.
Going home.
My first enrollment.
Enrollment can be found in the appendix.
Yeah.
Here, I got it. Okay, here.
With which is the.
No, because this one is middle school.
No, this is middle school.
Because 120 and 130.
Inside here, they-
120 and 130, that's how,
Yeah.
because 120 is elementary school, which means it's,
So basically the activities. Thank you. Oh, that's what I thought, but I just.
But I was just wondering for that, like, the breakdown, because like, once we know that enrollment, like, the students that are gonna be where, then the adults that are gonna be supporting them,
Yes.
do we have like?
So we provided in the second to, in the middle of your yellow appendix, there's 10-year enrollment data by ethnicity, enrollment data by grade.
Back here. Right there.
Prepare to look at that.
Also, make sure you realize that
Yeah.
the number goes up because we added pre-K students.
The overall.
Yeah.
number is up by 36.
As far as I know.
Okay.
So based on enrollment, we know. I'll just go high school. What was our enrollment in September? What is our enrollment today?
So I looked at it last time, it was 3 students over, plus or minus, so 732 to 735.
So we,
Well,
no,
No,
we
not
had-
high
not
school.
that, high school. So we've gained 3 students, net 3 students.
Right, 3 students at the high school.
And so we have that, I don't, we have that by high school, middle school and elementary school.
It's not broken out like that here. It's
No.
not broken out like that here because this is the data from December 6th that was online. We just printed it out, but I can give you.
You can give that. Can you provide that if you don't mind? Thank you.
so we'll have Carmen write down. Jen, again, what would you like to see?
Can we just see, enrollment changes during,
Deltas for the year.
yeah.
And I don't think we really should be putting pre-K in because we're getting reimbursed for pre-K.
I just want to visit that.
Yeah, I think when it's open to all the students and you can actually see what a grade may look like in terms of size, it'll be helpful.
Right, but if I'm
Not
just
for
looking at
overall
enrollment trends for, you know, like to Tamika's point, because I got worried when she said enrollment was going up, and I was like, wait a minute, perhaps I'm not thinking this through. You know, like, if I look at the 23-24 enrollment, there you have 2,262, but that's really 2,205, right? Because you're factoring pre-K in that.
So
you're
there could be like
really-
a 2 totals, like a total with
Yeah.
pre-K and a total
Just so
without
that people at
pre-K.
home can see that, you know, we were at in 24
Like
to
maybe add
15,
that to another.
2,344. You know, like,
Yeah. Well, one day it'll be meaningful, but now.
yes, I do give,
But now, question, when you're doing cost per student, expenditure per student, what number are you using for total?
good point.
Well, you
Are
should
we-
not be using.
No,
pre-K.
hold
Yeah,
on,
exactly.
hold on. That's not, when we send the data to BOCES, we send the data with, they are very clear, K to 12.
Okay,
Yeah.
So when you see the back.
BOCES is very clear, K to 12. So for example, and again, we have all data because they are compiling it and they told us that the data for the 22-23 school year is not going to be ready until the end of the month. We have data for 21-22. But as you can imagine, it won't move that much. You know, if we have 10 students more, 10 students less, for example, plant and operation. We all, it's the same cost of fuel for me than for pigs. So it shouldn't move that much, but when I get that data, I'm going to include it. But today, for example, all the data, as a percentage of total and compared to students, is as of 21-22.
That's just to let you know what's coming, but also to give you a point of comparison. There's not, we don't anticipate a large change in any of those numbers, but we will get you the most accurate number. We just are waiting on those.
I think it would be helpful for people at home to see our cost per pupil and our student
It's
teacher.
there. It's there.
in here.
At the
We also
end,
do a cost per pupil per school.
um,
To see like what's the high school versus the middle school.
And the
The
elementary.
and but now like look at the elementary schools.
Well, when you say cost per pupil, are you saying just based on teaching? Because you, just saying cost per pupil takes into account plant operations,
Right.
all those types. I mean, we have to narrow it down, so you could do it in a
and
number of
it's
different.
narrowed here.
Right, and
For
it's narrowed
example,
down in the back.
at the
Right,
very
because
end,
It
for
didn't drop
example,
it.
at the very end, the last, I think, in the yellows, yeah, you're in the yellows. For example, total instructional cost. You can see all of them. You can see the total fund, the
Oh,
total.
got your per pupil here.
Yes.
Where are we? All the way at the end? like-
No, it's for alphabetical order.
So, and the public.
We're
will get-
exactly in the middle, where the whole is in the middle.
And what's our student teacher ratio? Compared to the other, because that, the last time I looked it up on Bedstat, it was 9-1.
Oh,
Whereas your surrounding districts were 12-1 and 15-1.
we didn't have,
We will have to get that.
yeah.
Carmen, can we make sure we get teacher to student ratio, please? Just number to number. What we're referring to in the back is comparative data that we are receiving through BOCES that takes budget codes that we're looking at today and combines them into various categories for us to say how much of what percentage of your total general fund of your budget goes towards instructing students within these particular areas. So for instance, you'll see how much of your total general fund is dedicated to instructional support. So it takes our budget codes that goes into instructional support. And if you're looking at that, it's alphabetically listed by the BOCES regional schools on the left. You'll see obviously from the 2021-2022 school year, you'll see the general fund budget there, how much we total spent on instructional support.
The instructional support would be staffing, books,
Yes, it'd be
like
those types of items. And it shows where we rank in terms of the region of our, are we the highest? If we're the highest district, it's number one. If we're the least expensive district, we spend the least amount of our general fund, that'll be either 39 or towards the high 30s. Because some districts didn't respond.
So when you,
Then you also see it per pupil.
so if I'm looking at that page where it says cost per pupil, can you explain rank to me again?
Yes, so if you have a rank of 1, that means you are within the region of the districts who submitted the response. You spend the most amount of money on instructional support compared to other districts.
Okay.
If you are 38, 39, you spend the least amount of your general fund budget in this area off your per pupil. So you'll see a difference if you look at if you look at the column that says total percent of total general fund rank.
Right.
You'll see that that's the rank of your general fund, which is going to be different than if you just look at how much you spend per pupil.
Okay.
And thank you, Greg, you were on this, read my mind. So Greg has it displayed for the moment. Again, we will put together budget books after budget adoption for our community to have this information as well.
In these FTE numbers, Lisa, these include your profit, your additional staffing that we
Yes,
asked for.
Yes.
yeah, that's why it's two more.
Okay,
Part of
right,
the,
yeah.
what would we?
You'll see it at the elementary school, right?
Okay.
But that's without, like Mike said, the changes before February 1st, because he and I had a conversation and may not be two. So, that's when we get to the next stage of this, we'll definitely talk about what is it exactly that we need.
Okay.
Of course, that's a moving target with special ed, but you never know who's going to move in.
So Board, in addition to having it broken down by building, we're also looking at total staffing by building in the next page. So that will include all of your total staff of the district within the account where it's budgeted, where it's charged to in the budget, and the number of FTE dedicated to that. So for instance,
Where's that?
the next page over, So the next tab over
In staffing.
in staff.
Or the dark green.
Go to your next dark green tab.
We're into staffing.
Now we're looking at not just teaching staff, but we're looking at total staff district-wide and where their FTE is assigned.
Okay. The light green tab, the second dark green page, you'll see there's a piece that's folded over like that first price line.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
So as an example, you'll see here, the first line item is plant maintenance, non-instructional. We had 8.5 FTE for the 23-24 school year, and next year we're proposing 8.5 for next year. So Enrique, that would be
Custodian.
district-wide district.
That's.
That's high school, right? Or, no, this is.
10 is district-wide.
Well, no, let me explain that one. That's in the high school, for plant maintenance, you quoted as a district-wide. You don't,
This is actually allocated to the high school.
Exactly.
Hours versus-
Yeah.
So this is, this first year of high school.
So Enrique, could you explain the difference between calculating by hours and calculating by FTE?
Sure. FTE are contractual, hours are teacher aid and teaching assistants and monitors. So
They can pay by the hour,
even though there's a contract, the way that we say is some work 2 hours, some work 7 hours, so we need to do hourly, even though obviously they are paid by a contract, but that's the difference.
Track.
Yes, but why are we going up 7 next year? If it's just a high
Could
school.
you tell us
Yes.
which
That
code?
one person?
Which code?
Oh, if it's 7 hours, would that be a person?
Yeah, and those are hours, so we're going up 7 hours, they need 7 hours more of teacher aides or anything like that, one person, basically.
One person.
In addition to, what they have now.
Yes.
From the day? I'm sorry.
So everybody on the board can see, we're at A 2110, 156-01.
1 hour.
Regular school, high school teaching assistants.
Well, the other two stay the same, that's why, so this one,
That looks like it's an additional person.
no, it's one additional person.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lauren, are you asking for one additional teacher's aide in high school?
I went to the bathroom and I missed it.
Let's let Lauren come up
What
to,
page are we on? I'm sorry.
On staff.
Lauren, I'll meet you at the podium.
Yes. It'll be here.
Bring your book.
I think she's in a. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to do anything, so.
I have no.
But
I think.
Another one in there.
Thank you, Mark. So Enrique and I will revisit this. It could be because there is a possibility of a retiree that we may look to rehire.
That's what, again, the retiree, the 2 retirees from the high school came after the fact.
So
Oh, so we.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, I know that they came after the fact.
printing. And again, Enrique, it's not just an increase in another person, it's an increase in the total number of hours dedicated.
Yes.
But what kind of hours? Weekly hours?
Yeah,
They-
Daily, right, daily hours, sorry.
So we're gonna get this broken out for elementary, right? Is that what we talked about prior?
Yes, it is broken out by the. So on page 3, you'll see we get into Blue Mountain Middle School.
Yeah. So that's what we'll do.
Right, sorry.
But the elementaries are all together, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
We will,
Oh, yes.
we will break that out.
You're gonna
See the
break those
total.
out.
You'll see the total of Blue Mountain.
Just one of my questions is I know that the disadvantaged is more at BD and I wanna make sure, just on the demographics, that we're gonna have enough staff to help them in that building this.
So right now, right now, the only ones that we see by building for elementary is special ed, right?
Mhm.
But also, if you look, we have two actual FTEs for UPK this year that
Yes,
we
we
won't
see
have
Yeah.
next year.
So not the last section, the next section in your staffing is just another way to look at how you can account for staffing. This is FTE and hourly rates by account code. So rather, this is a good way to cross-reference if you see something in the line by line of a preliminary budget. If you want to know the staffing that goes to make up those salaries, you can cross-reference through this tab. This is the people that the salaries reflect in the line by line of the 150 codes. Is the best way to say it.
So if I look at total staffing on the last page,
Last page of this section, or okay, so we're back in the previous section.
The original.
the original,
Okay,
this year we have 409 FTEs, and next year it's just gonna be 45. But you're only technically increasing by one,
As of right now.
As of right now.
as of right now.
This was from February first, though?
Yes.
I'm just, my brain is processing.
I know you're
Okay.
yeah, this is not the finalized numbers. This is
Yeah.
just to help you as a board get more information to process it.
This increase, Amelia, this increase is the nurse,
Oh, so that was, okay.
because that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This increase in total, because then the two, this is the nurse.
So it's that floating nurse that is cheaper to hire than to go through an agency, and we can't find subs, so this is, the increase of that.
And then we expect that to be offset with the lower expense tied to not hiring.
Oh,
subs,
yes.
right? Which is what we went through last year.
Yeah.
Third party.
700,000.
Candidates work at a loss.
It does belong to you.
Yeah. So if you're looking on the outside, it's an addition, but it's really like large savings.
Oh, it's just huge, I mean, you're talking, it was 700,000 last year, we're talking maybe.
So the next page is a tab in your staffing section are the total staffing by position. So if you want to know how many superintendents you have, you'll see that there. And it's 0.5.
We pay for one, we get a 0.5. Yeah. That works.
Oh.
We're gonna be here a while today. So.
Let it rip. Let it rip.
You're still in the green, the sector's the last one.
Right, that's
So the question was, at what point are we talking about differences? What you want to see
like this.
or suggestions?
right, because that's.
Greg, would you do me a favor and pull up the presentation and go to the slide that says staffing considerations? Yeah, you're right on it.
Yeah, you were.
So if we pull together from our presentations and previous discussions, where are we looking at making some staffing decisions? You can see here, we have the special ed program at the elementary. You have your athletic positions. In her presentation, Benita offered that to provide the best possible education, she is recommending a technology integration specialist. I use the without benefits, just the salary average, just as an example. And then I also used, we have been discussing, particularly based upon some new information, the possibility of adding an administrator for human resources.
Any considerations about any other programs like at middle school or high school that are not on here?
We have worked initially when the principals came to us, they may have had staffing increases early on in December and January, and my direction to them was to not look to implement those increases. But there have been, if you come to us and say, we want to increase X, Y, and Z, we could go back to the principals and say, that person that you wanted, for instance, I know that we would put in a librarian for each school. Or maybe increase library at the elementary, increase library services. Margaret's shaking her head, but perhaps that's something that we.
I don't know that that's needed, but I always say, I always give the caveat that ENL is always a question. Because if you know anything about the services, they're tied to the number of minutes. So one child is not necessarily, end up being 1.5 children in terms of how much FTE they take. So we're looking at the roll forward right now, so I can see who's moving to the high school, who's leaving the high school, et cetera. And then we'll, if we need to, reorganize some staffing to follow that need, and or we may need to hire to meet the need.
So it's similar to Lisa.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Thank
It's
you.
always rolling based on.
Yep, absolutely.
Enrollment and.
And to clarify just the first one, it's when we talk about special ed staff, that is one that we're looking for an elementary position, so hopefully we're not sending students out. And it's also a high school position. So it's positioned to kind of do like a flexible program for some students.
So is this a what is the
Yes.
program?
Yeah, the elementary is a therapeutic support program, which will include a social worker we already have on staff, 2 TAs and a teacher. And at the high school, it would be, and both of them would have a consultant psychiatrist, which we already buy through BOCES. At the high school, we're thinking about a teacher and possibly an aide that would consider a consultant teacher role. And gen ed and special ed could be part of the program, school avoidance, really not being able to get to class, the emotional dysregulation. So there's a lot of different things we could do.
So with the adoption of these 2 new programs next year, knowing what you know now, is there any changes in are there any kids that are outside of our district placement that would then return?
I'm hoping a minimum of 2 in the TSP program, the therapeutic support. And I'm hoping high school is a little bit harder, especially if they're in like, a very, very supportive, environment. I know there's one that could come back. I don't know about the others, but I have at least one other that we're looking to bring back anyways. So we might be down to 3 kids going out, which is very beneficial.
So this increased cost could have a net savings pretty immediate.
Think about $125,000 a kid coming back. So if we're talking a minimum of 3, then yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's good. I mean, that's.
Yeah.
So then that should reduce our costs. I mean, next year it might cost us a little more, but.
Right. And then as you get going, because if you make it a consultant teacher model, there is no number of students, so we don't have to close it after we have 10.
Right.
So say Lauren calls me and says, listen, this kid is really not able to get to class. Can we put him in the flex program for at least a month? Perfect, great, wonderful.
Yeah, and then I understand the high school piece, because if the child only has 1 year left, does it really make sense to pull this out?
Exactly, and I have 2 like that.
Yeah, that's.
So we don't want to do that.
Yeah, I agree.
I have a question. What were the positions, I guess, that the building principals had asked for that got removed? Like, what impact did that have on, like, the efficiencies of, like, instruction and everything?
I think we have to go back to the principal's original submissions. They were not told to get rid of anything that currently is in place. They were looking to make an add. It would be for enhancing the program.
Yeah, none of it was staffing related, we were staff neutral. Some of it was, it'd be great to have tons of money to buy different random things, recess equipment, whatever, but nothing like staffing.
I think it was more about equipment than it was staffing.
Right.
So most of that.
Question on, yeah, so some people, the paper that you had us.
So the
staffing
staffing by
position.
position.
Some people are paid by grants, and I know you said yours come pretty annually,
My grants are every year, they're federal
but
grants.
the ones that are not, that's anticipated for just in the first section there for central office.
So
There's a 0.2 that's grant
Yes, that's
funded.
the secret.
So
Yes.
that's gonna be
That's part
next
of
year.
the 690.
Is that something that is yearly, or is that?
Yes,
an
not
end date?
yearly, that's one of the 2.
Oh, okay.
That's a
So
idea 6119.
Right,
that
remember,
We always get ahead of.
pre-K is always, 3 through 5 are what we are required to service, right, before they come to kindergarten. All that money is through the county. we don't really pay for that. We pay a small amount, but it's very, very minute. So what happens is we get about $20,000. Whatever I have been required to pay the providers in the community, in the county, I take the rest and put it toward the secretary.
Okay.
So the one that is part of the CPSC programs, her salary comes from there.
Quick question, sorry. With UPK,
We don't pay anything.
no, I'm saying, will there be any difference with your students?
The nice thing is our kids may be here on program. That's the nice thing, is that we get to see our own kids in action. Right now, in order for us to go see them at a placement, we need parent permission.
Wait, what do you mean?
We were to go visit a
Sarah.
preschool.
Like if we were to go visit where Melissa Loss is, right?
Yeah.
Like that, I don't know the name of the programs, not Rising.
Sunset.
Sunset. If I were to go to Sunset to look at kids, then I would have to,
Oh, you mean
Get
like,
permission.
what, you mean our children in preschool that are coming to K?
yes.
Okay.
We see them every year.
But I'm
We
saying the services that the UPK students are getting from outside, I know we have outside
County?
therapists that come in, that will still happen.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's actually nicer because we'll have more kids here.
Yeah.
So I think it would be easier, and Ellen and I were discussing it the other day, that it might be easier to get services because there's more kids here.
Great.
So Amelia, for the example that you're looking at on
Yeah.
the page, a total central office.
Yeah.
You rightly identified that a portion of that particular, you can see
Yes.
the last
Yeah.
0.8 of it is paid from general fund.
Yeah.
And 0.8 of it is, or 0.2 of it is paid from the Recovs grant.
Okay.
Is that, or is that 611 grant? 619, I'm sorry.
619.
So
619.
F2E is like a federal.
Yes.
Yes.
If you see A again, that's the general
F is
fund.
the grant. I just wanted to make sure it was a recurring grant, not
Yes.
like one that has an end date.
Yes.
Okay. I would just make sure.
Very rarely one to tie positions. to
Future
it.
expense.
Yeah, future expense, not next year, but maybe. following.
Any questions on staffing?
So that was all, like the slide that was up before was all additions.
Yes.
Is
Or,
there
or
any-
suggestions.
Or suggestions or possibilities.
Consideration.
Consideration. And I do think we should speak a little bit more about this administrators, this potential role. But is there any sort of considered reductions that we're gonna talk about today?
So we've gone back to the principals, while they're going through their scheduling process. And we've asked them to consider, whenever possible, if there is an ability to go down without impacting, program, across the board, to see if there can be some reductions in staff to help us balance our budgets. Because our one parameter, main parameter that's overarching is to deliver a budget that's within the tax cap. And at this point in time, looking at it at the end, we are not.
Right.
And so we think we've done the trimming around the edges of non-salary expenses to get us to where we're needing that. What's left is to look at salaries. If we're gonna meet that tax cap requirement. And again, the larger financial picture has to be revisited, that the district used to receive $24 million from Indian Point to the pilot. That pilot has gone away. We now are relying on the cessation fund and a much smaller pilot from Holtec. And so we have to make up, I don't think we can do enough bake sales to make up the revenue that we're losing. So we have to cut expenses.
These numbers, are they all, so at the end of this day or whenever we do it, and we talk about where we are right now, are these items all in?
No,
All in the budget or all in cost?
not in this budget.
The first, one, two, three bullets are. The second two are not.
Okay,
But there's also old items
Yes.
that are in here that we haven't even, that we just stumbled on today that are gonna make up those two numbers right off the bat. Just those two that we talked about potentially that are just old items.
yeah, that's an answer for.
Just real quickly, I
So-
guess,
Yeah, oh, did you want to go over anything on this, Tamika?
no, I was just gonna say the expenditures include salary and also everything else is in there, right? That sheet that we just went for, which was the first one that we were on.
Yeah, yeah,
93
the
million.
benefits, yeah, that includes, that would be the budget, the complete budget. It includes the benefits, transportation, operation, absolutely everything.
Right, I guess my question, and I know we haven't gotten there yet, so I can save this until we come back from lunch, but looking at our expenditures, it's $5.8 million more than it was last year. Like just, if I just minus what you have. But then if I look at the total salaries and benefits package, that was just an increase of 1.6 million, right? So if we have to get everything down, we're gonna have to start cutting everywhere, right? Because it's not just salaries. Salaries and benefits was only $1.6 million.
What meter are you looking at? If you don't mind.
If you go, well,
First one?
I guess for the next one, let me just find, let me.
Under red.
Greg, could you also now pull up in the slide deck, on the presentation, the budget drivers?
There's a tab that just had salaries and benefits. I didn't mark where it was and where. I just made notes of these.
Understanding, Mika?
I honestly don't remember. I just. And it just. Like, when I was-
73 million versus the 70.
72 million.
Yeah, so, if you look at, you go into preliminary budget, you go into the second red tab within it. Employee salaries. Last payment. So it's actually right before the salaries tab.
The staffing.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Staffing tab, sorry. Thank you. Doesn't have the total, it's in everything, right?
This is, it just says employee salaries and benefits. So if we look at those two numbers, it's only $1.6 million of an increase for the staff.
But up here, it says something different, right?
Well, this, yeah, I don't know what this comes out to be. I mean,
Wouldn't healthcare premium increase be part of?
No,
No, that's separate.
it's,
that's not
if
part
you
of
go from 69.8 to 73.9, no? Are those the numbers that you're looking at?
yeah, right here. So just this and this. So last year it was 72.266 million. And then, no, yes. And then this year it's 72.9. 73, sorry. So it's only $1.6 million of an increase between salaries and benefits. But our expenditures totals are 5.8 million. We also got $4 million extra in state aid. So.
Yeah.
Total salary. Okay. Okay, yeah. I just wonder who's part of that, healthcare premiums and the ERS and PRS.
These are in here, right? These are in these numbers.
When you add these, that's
It's about $2.5 million.
that's 1.3 million between those two right there.
It's about $1 million in it. It's about around 2 million. Maybe a little more.
You know, let me double check it can be that the adopted budget from last year is less in salaries than this year. Let me double check that number. Maybe I made a mistake
So
there.
Carmen, you want to write down, double check employee salary and benefit data?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Employee salary and benefits.
Erica, go to the staffing tab and then go to the first piece of red paper, it's needing the staffing tab.
Or literally the last one about proceeding.
Or that,
Fold it over.
but it's folded over, so you can't go to it.
I figured fine.
But I'm sorry. No, just talking this way.
Greg, can we go back to the budget parameters slide? Or are we ready, are we able to move on from this? Okay.
Yeah, probably I made a mistake in the addition there because I'm looking at the two numbers and they are increasing. Yeah. Sorry.
So it is my twins' birthday, so I am leaving now before you can to go and celebrate with them. So I just wanted to just give my feedback on a few of these items that to share with my other trustees. Most of them we went through already, but the last three bullets on here, so increase of budget funding for building maintenance. So I believe the intent of this was for the carpeting at BB. Another option, how we could hold this money, keep it, or save it, not add to it, would be we could roll that scope into the capital project, which would mean that that work would get done 1 year later. So I understand that. But we could roll that scope into the capital project. I don't think it would be a big deal, and we would get state aid on it then as well. And it would decrease this budget by $200,000. I'm just giving you my feedback, not asking for a decision. And then the other one is increase of funding for substitute coverage. So I think it would be important for the administration to look at, I know we have to increase it because of our rate. We increased our rate, and that's fine. I think that's appropriate. But what other increases are we putting on it? Because my thought would be, I really don't want to overfund this, because then I think, I don't think we should say that it's okay for us to be spending this much money on substitute teaching. So I would rather like to adjust the number for what it should be based on what our substitute attendance should really be, not what it actually is perhaps, and obviously change the rate to match that. So maybe that number could be a little bit less than 400. And then just to recap, the human resources oversight, audit committee did do an HR audit, and our internal auditor went outside and looked at about 50 other school districts to try to figure out where to compare us to where they are, and almost 80 to 90% of them had centralized HR. So right now our HR is divided between Enrique and Margaret. So I think if we were to look at that, the idea would be when those positions are replaced upon their retirement, we wouldn't look for those roles to be fulfilled in those jobs. So perhaps there could be some sort of savings there. Maybe not, maybe yes, and I think that, our auditor's feedback was that centralized HR is functionally better than having it decentralized. So those are just my opinion, those items. I think the rest of them.
And I think to your point, it'll also benefit our staff, right? Because it will give them an avenue to have an HR person that's also not a direct report. So there's a tremendous amount of benefit, I think, that will come out of this in addition to financial.
Thank you, Jen. Thanks for having your dad. Yeah.
Well, they're at soccer.
Oh, okay. So board, we're a little bit behind schedule. We had said that we would be reconvening for lunch 12:30 to go over our general support, transportation, and undistributed categories. Do we want to have a working lunch? Yep. I think you hear the cabinet's vote, but does the board wish to have a working lunch?
Yeah.
We're gonna do.
Can I just request that part of it be working, but I need like a mental shutdown.
How about we reconvene in 20
I just
minutes?
don't think we should be talking about.
Sure.
Right.
We'll reconvene in 20 minutes. And we invite everybody for lunch.
All right. Sorry for the delay. The board is back from our
lunch recess, and we are going to resume going through our line by line budget review. Our next section, I will let Mr. Donnelly outline what we'll be looking at. and we're gonna jump right back into it.
Okay, thank you, President Bernard. Yes, this afternoon, if you're just joining us online or if you're just joining us at the table and forgot where we were this morning, we went over our instructional program budget. Our principals and other administrators have left to enjoy their afternoon. We now welcome our transportation supervisor and director of facilities here to provide context for the next two budget categories that we will be going through. We did already have a transportation and operations and maintenance program budget presentation earlier this spring. Greg, could you pull up the expenditures? I'm sorry, the preliminary budget?
Yes.
Pleases the board if you'll turn into your budget book. We're going back to the expenditures by account code under the preliminary budget tab, that is the red tab. We will be starting with budget codes dealing with 5510, 5530, and 9732. And so again, this preliminary budget, we were out of it for a little bit, looking at staffing. The numbers are chronological. So 5510, 5530, 9732 are those expenditure areas that do relate to transportation. Starting on page 9.
Well, you're on it.
So as we go through there, we do have Mr. Merlini and Ms. Gilio here to assist. We'll try to answer any questions that you may have. While you are reading, I do want to thank Ms. Claire Carey for her fantastic lunch, for getting us the glycemic energy now to push through and make some good decisions. And I do want to thank Anthony Merlini's facility staff for getting the room set up and allowing us to be so comfortable for this day.
Do you need to add more to the second code on the last page?
You should.
5510, page 9.
So,
Red section.
Trustee Hickey, which
The district transportation drivers ed, yeah,
the second code, so 5510.161-10.
because year to date so far, we're at 8,589 and we're budgeting 6,000.
Is that just an anomaly of a year?
Oh, here.
Liz, would you be able to talk about the budget line for driver's ed, the stipend?
Forget it, I got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Well, I want to know the answer.
She thought it was the, I think.
Go ahead.
It pays the person who does.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Good, is budgeted enough?
So the one underneath it, the non-instructional chauffeur,
Yeah, that was my next question.
why are we so far? Why are we increasing that so much?
That's a special ed one.
That's 5510, 162-10, third one.
That's the special ed chauffeur.
We have that, I thought we had that this year.
Or year to date, it's not.
Well, that's probably, it
Yes,
hasn't
right.
been billed yet.
We need all of that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that where it came out of a line item and got added to another so that it's, so I don't think that's an increase. That's one of those items, if I recall, from last year where
It was in the.
it was in transportation as a whole, and then Lisa would have to like acknowledge that some piece of it was for her utilization for students.
So this
now they're
chauffeur, yeah.
coding it more specifically.
So this chauffeur is specifically for special ed, the increase of work-based learning, their community-based instruction, whatever that had to be. So and also was the pay raise and all that stuff.
For the,
And work-based learning, you guys know what that is, to make sure that the ABC program, the SELA program rather, where they go with and work at businesses like that.
for the district transportation field trips.
Yeah.
5510, 165-10.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Are we not taking field trips or is that a special type of field trip code? No, it's just for field trips. It's $27,000 is what's,
It wasn't billed yet, right, Lynn?
Yeah, but last year.
No, but last year's was zero too.
Because that year we had money on IK.
Okay.
And the one
Yeah,
for the, I think it's 400-10, that expenditure, that was the one again, the codes moved, right?
Correct.
Okay, I remember that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember.
Mhm.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wait, materials and supplies are going down?
Because what was happening, we were paying for equipment, we were paying for parts for the vehicles out of contractual and it should have been out of contractual.
Right, okay.
So, materials and supplies is, we're asking for $80,000 to be in there. That's for transportation, but if you look at bus garage, you'll see the materials and supplies line has increased.
Thank you, sorry.
That was reallocation between those.
Mhm.
Oh, and that's, sorry, just because I think my brain is working slower, that goes to 5530, 45010? Correct. Okay, okay. I don't know if you got, the rest of you heard that? 5530, 45010.
Yes.
You're gonna see a huge increase there. That's where those lines are going to.
Got it, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then we included the 9732, which is undistributed in this. However, it also could go under our final topic of the debt service.
A what?
Copy in Excel.
Of some of these, is that okay? Can we do that? It's not like, oh, a secret, there's just some stuff that's easier. My eyes aren't great.
It's easier to filter
100%. And like, this doesn't cover the whole page. So
No, it
I'm
doesn't.
like going across the
I know,
page
I'm
wrong, and then
doing,
I'm like,
I'm
wait, I'm
actually
doing
doing
lines.
lines.
I did that already.
Yeah,
That's what I
somebody
did
got
earlier.
himself a big ruler.
I know, I was looking at that earlier.
I've been.
My lines are not.
Pay for a whole.
It's not my first line by line.
Pay for a whole or get in half, even in a ruler.
Well said.
Okay.
Yeah. The presentation is actually pretty good.
Thanks.
Like.
No
now it's
question?
paper.
No, I remember, I didn't when she did her presentation.
Yeah, you were very thorough. Yeah.
This is what you're speaking, I'm talking, the numbers are, see, we're at 79 million actual year to date with the 93 proposed budget.
Yeah, but I think, isn't this, I think a lot of this comes in, right?
Yeah, I think we gotta look at that.
Well, yeah, there's stuff that's.
This stuff.
This was as of February 1st.
The end of.
Yeah, this is also to February 1st, so we should make a note of that. This is to February 1st.
No, it's there, as of February 1st.
Okay.
You see the asterisk?
Oh, bottom,
after
sorry. Yeah.
Year to date, and down
Yeah,
there.
it blends.
Except we gotta change that to 2024.
Oh, yeah, I was like, wait.
Thank you.
We're still.
Well, maybe it's as of February.
Let's go back to 2004 and see where we were. We'll have to do this over again.
Yeah.
See you next Saturday.
Yeah.
You guys,
When do we start?
when did you start making these sheets?
When did I
In
start?
November?
November, December.
What do you mean, the
They started
actual,
doing this packet.
the
This particular
packet? I started it the Tuesday before we went on vacation.
Before whatever.
Okay, so obviously every year we have to underspend, right? That's the budget, that's the goal. Everybody does it, every district. So so we're year to date, we're trending right along. Our budget was 88,051. Do you have a targeted number where you think we're gonna land?
I prefer to discuss it in finance committee.
So in general terms, to do that, to give Enrique that ability, we have to freeze the budget. In other words, we give our administrators and everybody a window of time to need to encumber funds so that we can plan for a target. We're gonna put a budget freeze in place on X date so that we can.
No, I just meant, does he know where we're
No,
gonna
he
land?
just wants to, what's the projected end?
I have it and I prefer to discuss it in finance because in public is very difficult.
Okay.
We can do that from home. Huh?
I'm not able to either.
Then we'll do it Tuesday.
Yeah, we can take notes and.
Okay.
Well, me and Stephanie are here, so.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
It's at 5, it's at 5 or 6. 5 o'clock, I think it's 5.
Is that the same kind of facilities? Forest. Facilities.
They've done.
Any questions on our transportation costs?
What are the 2 last lines that are there for these transfers?
And that's coming later.
Okay,
Yeah, that's debt.
okay, gotcha.
That's how the debt service works in school account.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, if we don't have any more questions regarding our transportation budget, we'll move to our operations and maintenance budget. This, if we go to the front of the packet, this will involve 1620, 1621, 1622.
Wait, I'm sorry.
1620, 1621, 1622. It starts on page, one actually, yes.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you.
He makes those lines.
So the code that we increased, I don't know which one it is, for the rug, to Jen's point, I think we should think about putting that money into the bond, 400, that won't go to pay.
Your problem is that means that if the phone goes down,
Yeah, that was
then
my
what do you
next,
do?
yeah.
This is a need. This is not a want.
Mhm.
So if the budget goes, if your bond goes down,
Well, a lot of things in the bond must be done. I'm just gonna say that it's been a need for years at that school, and it wasn't done in a rotation as fast as the other schools for whatever reason. I'm sure there's reasons and rationale behind it. At this point, it doesn't matter. Is there any way to, I think this year we were also, we had put money aside to do another 5 classrooms this year, right?
No,
3,
no.
Yeah, we did 2,
you did 2, so there's still supposed to be 1 more done.
potentially, yeah.
Yes, because it's hard to schedule them to begin with. So can we
But we're-
realistically do them all anyway?
But we are
Realistic.
also paying more money the more we spread out the work. If we just have them do it all at once, it actually costs less than if we spread it out year over year. And my problem is we're gonna have K2 students in that building and we know that there's an issue with the carpet. And why are we gonna wait a whole other year after they're in the building to do the carpet?
I don't think any of us want to. I think it's just like, should we or should we not? If we're looking for
I
ways
don't
to lower
think
the
it's a
budget.
want, it's a need. It has to happen.
I think if you put it in the bond and it. you
But
can
that's
do
a
it
year
in
out while we already have students in there for a year.
I totally agree with you. It's just, it's a decision the
And
board has
to-
to
Yeah.
make if they want, I would love to see it all done tomorrow.
I would love to see the carpets here done, because I think it's a need and not a want, or the roof on the high school done, because it's a need, not a
Yeah,
want.
but we're gonna
That's
have
for every
small
single
kids in
thing.
that building.
Yeah, they
So
lay
we
on the
should be-
floor,
They
they
lay on
sit
the
on-
floor.
Okay,
They're
I
gonna
get
be
it.
laying on that dirty carpet. And to wait another year and put them in that building, to me, is just not acceptable. I think it's money that has to be spent for that. I don't feel comfortable with small kids laying on carpets that we know need to be changed.
Okay, so
I'm not.
the carpets aren't so bad if the
I mean,
kids are
come on
using them now. I'm gonna say
They put
this, I think about it from a money perspective, if it's rolled over to the bond, we're gonna get some money back for it.
Yeah.
So it's not gonna be a complete cost to the district. So from a taxpayer's point of view, and from a fact that we have to cut money, if it's rolled into the bond, you're gonna get some funding back, state funding back for it.
And this item wasn't asked, but finance committee,
get done.
Kidding.
Not facilities.
right,
Wait, can I ask a quick question just to jump into the back of this? Is there a way to do both? Is there a way to like utilize buying it today and paying for it in the bond tomorrow?
No, because remember that we cannot start spending money or doing anything on the bond until SED approves it.
Until who approves it? Oh,
Yes.
SED.
No, you need voter.
Well, assuming voter approval gives it, then.
No, that's what I'm saying.
If the voters approve it, then the SED has to approve it?
Anthony, do you have an opinion on this as we kind of debate around and like actually getting it done?
A lot of factors that play into that, and you have people that want to get it done and you have people that want to, leave it the way it is for now and postpone it. So, what are you trying to get done and what are you trying to get accomplished throughout the district? I mean, to your point, this isn't the only building that has, carpet in classrooms. To Tamika's point, you have K through 2 in that building, so you have the little ones in that building, so you want to try to serve everything all at once. The reality of it is that you have to spend, funds to do it. If you postpone it and you do put it in the bond and the bond goes down, then you've lost 2 years before you finally get around to doing it. Is there and you want to speed up the process as fast as you possibly can. I get that. My goal has always been to, continue with my implementation plan no matter what. So I plan on doing, more, if I can, more classrooms this year, because I made that promise to the board and the district that I would try to get more classrooms done this year before we're through. So I'd like to bang out 2 more of them. And then, depending on what happens over the summer, I'd like to get more of them done over the summer. Is that going to encompass the whole building? No, but it'll get me closer to my goal regardless. I never stop my maintenance schedule or my maintenance plan, regardless of what you guys are authorizing, for me to do. I just look at it, if I have the means and the methods to do it now, I'm going to do it. I'm going to chip away. I'm going to take away at that big mass that I have here, because if I get anything done before the bond or before the other construction, then I can use those funds to do other projects, or I can expand my project in that building through the bond or through my capital projects in the building. So I'm just going to reallocate that I didn't use because I'm ahead of the game. So I'm always moving the ball forward. I never stop moving the ball forward no matter what. So I don't know how to answer that to you, but that's my vision.
So you have how many, let's say approximately 15 to 20 classrooms in that building that still need to get,
I think
is it that many?
18-ish, 16, 18, somewhere.
15 to 20. So could you get them done? We approved this in this budget. How do we guarantee they are done next year?
He would be able to then take that money, hire somebody to come in and just bang it out in a week.
Get it done, all done in the summer.
I can get it all done in the summer. I can get a contractor in to do all the classes in summer.
What happens is on May 21, when the budget is approved, he knows, he contacts the person and he says, I need 18 rooms. Give me a quote, do it during the summer.
So,
I have a
go ahead, I have a question.
No, I was gonna say, is it more cost effective to do room by room, or is it more cost effective to do them all at once?
Always more cost effective to do more of those, absolutely.
So I'll have one more question. Taking it as a hybrid approach, it may be more cost effective to do them all at once, but I doubt it's gonna save 40%, which is what the state subsidy will be if we do it in a bond, right?
33%.
33.
Less here, Anthony is doing it, and you don't have to pay for architects and construction workers and everything, because you always pay architects based on construction, based on the size of your
construction.
So it's very little.
My only question was, second graders aren't laying on the floor. Kindergartners, maybe. Is there an opportunity to look at this where the youngest kids' classrooms are taken care of if they're not already? And I'm not saying we decide now, I'm just saying if we
I'm just saying.
Jeremy,
that
without the principals here, I can't answer 100%, but I know that in some of the classrooms where we do have carpet, they will still put an area rug
Oh,
on
yes.
top of that
Yes,
carpet
yes.
for where the kids sit and where the kids migrate to.
That is correct.
But you do have smaller kids and they throw themselves on the floor anywhere in the classroom, wherever they want to sit down, they're gonna sit down, every kindergarten, first graders, they're not gonna say, okay, that's the designated area, they're just gonna go where they want to go. They are closer to the carpet, so their breathing zone is closer to the carpet as opposed to me, who's higher stature. So I'm further away from the carpet, so a lot of factors play into it. And going based on what you said, the hybrid approach and, et cetera. I also use my guys to replace the carpet, rip out the carpet, so I save some cost there when I do them in-house or I do them whatever. So there are all these little wiggle room things that I do to kind of like try to get me to,
value engineering.
Do you?
Correct.
And then the other thing is, when you're doing 18 classrooms in a building at one time, you can't now explain the waxing process. You can't get into those, you can't access those classrooms for X amount of days.
Regardless if I'm waxing them or if I'm shampooing the carpet.
Right.
You can't get in there for X amount of days because, even when I shampoo them, we still have to wait for them to dry. I have dryers that we put in there and we dry out the carpet, even though we're using extractors that pull a lot of the moisture back out. They're still gonna be damp, so you really don't want to put anything back on top of those carpets till they're
But is
dry.
it 10 days for a floor and 5 days for a carpet? Like what's the,
It's roughly about the same time, like 2-3 days. To dry out and to cure, whether, my last final coat of wax, it's gonna take 3 more days, 2-3 days.
they're cleaning the carpets annually?
Yes, absolutely. And then sometimes periodically during the course of the year, if I have a break and if I have a classroom that I know that I have, younger children in it, sometimes we'll go in and we'll shampoo that carpet during the course of the year. So the December break, the spring break, the
Because
winter break.
right now at Frank G, we have first graders, they're all carpeted, the whole second floor,
The whole, yeah.
the whole second floor.
Yeah, well, I could argue that and say that yes, there's one classroom that's not, but yes, the whole second floor for all intents and purposes.
If it's $200,000 to replace the carpet in the day and we put it in the bond, wouldn't that mean that we get $60,000 from the state back? So that would be a $60,000 savings?
In fairness, that's what I was getting at, but what they said was the cost will be more than 200,000 in the bond.
Because then you have to pay for everything else.
Because the architect's gonna ding you for whatever, and part of the process is.
So then they might get $50,000
I think
savings?
I think the answer
I'll
is,
have to check, but, and again, the second problem, Stefan, is like Anthony said, if my guys are doing it, it's not costing me. If
The contractors.
exactly, if the contractor is doing it, remember, they have to pay union salaries,
prevailing wage.
prevailing wage, everything. And then, honestly,
It could make it 300 grand, you get your back in your
Wait.
200,000, and now there's $200,000.
I think the answer is gonna come down to, at the end, after we go through all of this, right?
if there's money or not.
If there's money or not.
Yeah.
Because
Is it-
it's something that we'd all really like to see.
Isn't it more ideal to do the carpet with a move so that those rooms are empty, you can change the carpet, put all of whatever is going on?
We move all the furniture out of the classrooms basically every summer,
Okay.
So we're doing that, on a routine basis when we're doing it. So, and most contractors are gonna come in, they're gonna do half the building, then the other half of the building. BV, I think I almost have the right-hand side of the building almost totally complete. I think there's maybe 2 more classrooms on that side. So they could easily empty that out, start there, and then, work around the building. It shouldn't be, invasive to my guys and what they need to do. I mean, in theory, you would think it would be, but I'm emptying most of the classrooms anyway.
Thank you.
Monica, you're right. If the teachers are moving, they would like to go into
And I also think if we're gonna talk about like equity and all this other stuff, right? One school shouldn't have the old carpet that we know should be replaced while the other one was done. So
then
why
we should
aren't-
do Frank G.
I don't know about Frenchie. I was told that the other schools were done.
I think, to me, this concern is with the younger children,
It's the
and
younger-
and
they're in there
French
now,
events is gonna be 3, 4, 5, and you're on the second floor, which is.
If the money's there, we do it,
It's
right?
the building is different. You can't compare
We're gonna have to
Pine Tree to Beaver. In fairness.
Which I,
I said I have my piece about it, so.
no, I don't disagree with you. I think we can just see where we need to land at the end of the day. That's all.
We're still reviewing 1620, 1621, 1622.
Oh, sorry.
That 1621, 16010, is that another like transfer budget line?
No, in that sense, if you remember, Stephanie, in the past, I made a mistake in putting it at 1620. So now I fixed the mistake. You see how we paid 421 in 2022, 23, we budgeted 451. We spent 475, so that date 87 was because by mistake I moved people from 1620 to 1621. Remember that?
I do remember.
1622, security.
21.
No, I'm gonna ask about
new.
1622.
Yeah.
Yeah, security of plant, contractual expenditure. That's, what is that?
Alteras,
Okay.
and,
I was just wondering then, the last year actual was 43,000,
Where? I'm sorry.
1622. There's only one item.
1622.
There's only one item back. Last year we spent 43,000, but for next year you're asking for 30. Was the 43,000?
I think it was a one-time expense.
Oh, okay.
Anthony,
Yeah.
can you tell us?
I think the actual, the budget was 20 and then we're actually at 43. That's why we were going back up
Or
again.
do you remember why we
Yeah, but is
spent
that enough? Like, yeah, why was it
43,000
43?
in 2022, 2023?
I think from our prior conversations, Rick, I think that is correct. I think that's how we just moved it around, yeah. And then we had made it, that's the actual number that we need in there, because I think we also have the other number for BOCES in there too for security.
Now, Terrace purchased through Mosi Filter,
Yes.
Where does Paris fall? What line?
they'll be in 490. When they'll be in the BOCES budget will be approved.
Yeah.
If that's,
It's in the main BOCES closer.
Looking at this one, I have to say, like, these pages, you adjusted your proposed pretty well based on the actual expenditure, so I think like you adjusted up and down, I feel like pretty well.
Now, Amalia, what was discussed this morning about the security, not here.
Yeah.
So that's also an ad, right?
It's so, it looks like you actually want to go into the
It's like, Amalia, it's a lot easier to adjust these expenses, like electricity. If I'm spending $30,000 a month,
I just think.
But you don't have to account for whether someone moves in or out. It's, right,
exactly.
you know that you're gonna. miss somebody.
Electricity, maybe unless there's a major issue like there was 3 years ago with the big freeze.
Oh, in Texas, like.
No, but here too, remember
Yes.
Oh, that was last year, right?
no, when was it? When they shut up the rates
Yeah, that
tremendously.
polar vortex is what.
The vortex, remember the vortex? Like in April, May, they charge us like $500,000, 300,000 to make, because they need to make a return on investment and they lost so much money. Well, if nothing like that happens, we know exactly, very close to the numbers, oil, everything. also Liz have already seen how much she has spent in the last 3 to 4 months. Basically, they are the same role, so it's a lot easier than with the kids.
But we track it and trend it to find out where it's been in past years, and you know what our plug load is and all the rest of it, and throughout the buildings. And I think we've made some strides forward to it. We don't have the big computer rooms anymore. We have more laptops that are being deployed, so the kids are bringing them back and forth, Chromebooks, whatever you want to call them. So they're getting charged, you know, not always here, but they're charged at home or et cetera. So it did change a little bit as well. So, but we trend it, we track it, and we look at the energy data that's coming off of the national websites and things like that.
With the move costs and stuff being here?
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, that should be under
Is that the
1624, I think.
okay. The move, that's fine. And this one, 275.
Yeah.
Anthony, on 1621, 160-10. Did we move some FTE?
No, that was my mistake from the prior year that I said I moved people there. Yeah.
Any questions about our operation and maintenance codes? And with that, I think, are we okay, Lester? Are we okay letting Mr. Merlini and Ms. Gilio enjoy the rest of their beautiful Saturday afternoon?
Yes.
Thank you
both.
guys. Thank you both for being.
Thank you.
Right, and now we will move on to our Board of Education, Central Administration, Business Administration, Legal and Personnel codes. That is the 1010, 1040, 1060, they're all big one. 1240, 1310, 1320, 1325, 1330, 1420, 1430, and 1910.
Like, what is up with 160?
160 dash.
Which one?
Yeah, it's like a 400% increase.
Which one then? Oh, we just talked about.
Oh, did I
That
miss
was, I actually missed it too. It's a.
Oh, that was the one, the readjustment you just talked about, that was that line item?
Yeah.
Okay, I just didn't know what that was. Enrique, you already answered my question.
Yeah, you answered it.
The other one before.
Thank you.
District clerk non-instructional salaries.
Which one?
No,
Nope.
No,
That's the question.
No, that's,
1040.
I'm asking 160.
Line 4.
Fourth one down.
the district clerk. Which one?
The fourth line on page 1.
That's an increase for that position.
District clerk, non-instructional.
That's fine, that's what it is. Thank you. It's just a catch up. From in between, it's already been done. It's not new next year, it's already done.
Right, that budgeted.
And then I did email already about the, district meeting to.
No. You emailed me this year?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this week. This is up, yeah, this is everything that happened 2 weeks ago.
But we're gonna go down by 15,000 for that, just so you know.
For what?
Because I had added, if you guys want to do a separate for the bond project next year, I haven't decided yet if you're gonna put it in this year or do 2 separate next year. That's why we were just projecting the vote for
The contractual expenditure of $60,000.
you guys were thinking about.
Two nights of that versus.
So 16,000 is because.
The
1040.
The increase in 16,300.
I didn't realize that would be a single line item per person. I thought all the people were wrapped in a different area. That's why I was confused, but I called it out.
Yeah. So this 16,300 is what Carmen is talking about. That up until 3 weeks ago, the board did not know if we were going to do the bond budget with the budget or not. If it was not, if it was separate, that's how much it costs for a vote.
Oh, now I got it. Sorry, took me.
No, it's okay.
What's the reduction for the 154,904? I'm assuming that's just.
Which code?
I'm sorry.
Uh,
That
That's
was
for the
for
consultants, right?
So this is 1240, 150
150.
Yeah.
It was the payment to the prior superintendent, the prior superintendent, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, now we're going back to just 1.0.
That's the
Yes.
During the budget.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good to be there.
Can I make a joke?
Sure.
We could save some money, right? Just.
I'll just highlight that for later.
You can get how many runs?
It's probably
Sounds like 25.
Don't play about my runs.
It's like,
I'm like, don't play about my runs.
I'm gonna take my budget book and go home.
I think we're all passing maybe.
Yes, we reached the punchy phase.
I get reading when
Those of you at
I'm
home.
tired. Like, I'm like a toddler.
Well, it is a testament to the kind of work that it happened.
Yes.
They understand this.
I actually think this was I'm glad we did this this way.
I should have kept it out.
We're not
So
done.
I texted this morning.
Any questions on Board of Ed, central admin, business admin, legal and personnel expenses? During the home stretch.
Where are those roads?
310,
No, I know, I'm just.
1010, 310,
Moving on to the less well-known but always important interfund transfer debt. These are the 9,000, 9901, 9950. This will be on the last page, page 9.
The bottom three.
So you start with 910, 800-10. These include benefits, debt, transfer of debt.
Which one is the benefits?
There's multiple.
The benefits start on 1910, 9010. And it starts with employee retirement service.
Any 800 object that goes there.
The last couple of lines, transfer to other funds, transfer to other funds.
Yeah, that was the.
Transfer capital funds. Can you just explain those a little?
Sure. School accounting is not like your regular corporate accounting, like you take your money and you pay your debt and interest out of the. Here, you need to transfer it to the debt service account, and that's why it's called transfer, because it's an operating budget, and an operating budget does not pay debt and interest. So it's being transferred to the debt service fund, and from there, we pay debt and interest on our bonds. So, if you look, for example, Bambos's interest on indebtedness, in 2022, 2023, we had money and we decided to pay down most of our Bambosses. So then on 2023-24, we only had 42,525 that we haven't paid, but we're going to pay probably in a couple of months. And then it increases to 63,000. So those are the Bambosses, interest and debt that we pay for the bosses. Okay?
Yeah.
Transfer to other funds. This transfer to other fund is money for Claire. For so we can transfer and then the launch fund pay us back.
Okay.
So
You're being reimbursed by.
No, I know, but like, I
Yes.
keep saying it, like, all of the things that you get back, and get reimbursed on, it would be nice to know, because I can't, like, you know what I mean?
Do we have calculations
There should be a
from
reimbursement.
22-23
Or an
of any
asterisk.
reimbursement from those type of expenditures such as state aid or textbook aid, any of the calculations that,
go to revenues, please,
so this would be in
appropriation,
the orange tab,
There,
orange tab.
the orange tab. The second one, Henry Hudson historical revenues.
So we were asked to include revenues in our breakdown of the revenues.
And there, you know, a lot of them are part of, for example, other revenues. So even if you look at the 4200s, the 3100s, which is the state aid, is not the way that I have always presented it, because the way they divided, for example, we never talk about lottery aid. We just talk about state aid, and if you see the bronze from SED nowhere, it says lottery aid. But we need to account, when state aid send us money, it says lottery aid, and I have to account it by lottery aid. For example, basic formula is mainly foundation aid, but it's more than that. So this is the way I have to account it, but everything is there. For example, the textbooks that we were discussing, it's there. That's where you know how
where, I'm
much
sorry.
textbooks, it's,
A3260.
you see?
Move the next orange tab.
So all the codes in the budget that you get money back are here.
Yes, these are our revenues and how we have to,
This is what it's here.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, yeah. All the revenues are here, but if you look at the first page in the green, that's how I show them to the community in appropriation.
Here.
Exactly. You see, for example, all those are here. For example,
There's two orange tabs inside the orange section. There's actually three sections of orange inside orange.
yeah, so you got it, for example, start date. Start date is part of, is a discount that the state gives to the community holders, to the taxpayers. So I divide my real property taxes, my total tax levy in real property taxes and start date.
Yeah, no, this is good. This is exactly what I was wondering.
Oh, yeah, it's there.
Any questions on interfund transfer or general questions?
I had a question, but it's not a number that we were going to look at, the 90. Can I ask about those? Okay.
I forgot a number we should.
9050,
Which is,
Oh, we have.
unemployment benefit reimbursement.
Yes, we should be looking at 905.
Okay,
Yeah, any-
is there a reason why last year we had 15,000? So far, we did spend 38, but we're projecting 100,000 for next year?
yes, that is,
And last year we spent 47.
Just, if we're looking for money, I just was wondering if there was another spot.
we expend more and we depleted our unemployment reserve fund. And obviously, we need to put more money this year
Okay,
because if we are planning to do any
okay,
cuts,
okay.
So taking from the reserve fund is not reflected inside the budget. Thank you. So if you have a reserve fund and you spend out of the reserve fund,
Yeah.
that's not gonna be reflected in the actual year, because that's not the same budget that's being utilized to subsidize that additional payment that exceeded the budget line item that you planned to spend.
Because we all know, we're dealing with the general fund, we're only dealing with the.
So if you have a reserve,
Operational.
so look, ready? You have a reserve fund of 50 grand for unemployment benefits.
Okay.
You budget $50,000 for unemployment benefits.
Yeah,
If you spend 80,000,
yeah.
your budget is gonna show that you spent 50 for the budget code item, and you drew down the additional 30 from the
From your
reserve
reserve.
fund. So this is not gonna show that you overspent the line item that you budgeted for, which is why you're
Because there's a
seeing,
reserve.
because there was the reserve, so it's
You just
captured in
have
another
reserve
area.
fund.
So in order for you to get the money back in the reserve, you have to budget again
Over.
over what your expected expenses, so that you have something to go back to,
Yeah.
because then you are not limited on your.
Well,
4%.
and it doesn't have to be in that account.
Right.
You can say, you know, I underspent in district transportation, let's put money, you know, you don't say from where, you say
Right.
from the total, let's move to
But it
reserve.
doesn't show here that you overspent that number, so therefore it wouldn't be clear without the conversation why you need more now.
We need more now because
You gotta go over it.
they are looking, we're looking at the efficiency.
Okay, any question on those line items? So just one thing before we get to projections and tax cap, some direction. If you go to your comparative appendix and comparative data, moving past the school report cards back into those comparative data sheets, we just want to show you what you have to review. So Enrique has compiled, this is in the yellow tabs.
Yeah.
After the school report card, after the, we'll just go through that real quick. So after the school report card, your first tab will be your enrollment data, which we talked about before. Get everybody to the enrollment.
Going back to what you were there.
Yeah, we're just gonna do that at the start. So moving past enrollment data, what you have is you have the yearly administrative compensation disclosure. Each school district must disclose any salary for administrative purposes over, is it 150?
Every year it changes.
Okay. I will note that the salary reflected for the first title there is for the previous. And so this is just a required disclosure that we must make. And this year it's anything over 162,000 we have to disclose for administrators. The next tab is Enrique's or our business office's use of how do we calculate the tax cap. We'll go to our own format in a second here.
Well, this is what we get from the state.
Yes.
That says that we submitted it. That's what it is.
Greg, I know I'm moving too quick. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Is that every presentation?
No, yeah, if we can go back to that, we'll come out of this book for the presentation portion of it. For the next comparative data, and this will be in the public's book as well when we publish them. The next comparative data is the historical tax levy from Lower Hudson school districts. So Enrique has put together for you, dating back to 2015, Hudson Valley school districts and where their tax levy, their final tax levy has been up until 2020. And we show you comparatively over that time, how we compare to others.
Wait, the percent change, where's the tax levy?
Yep, you're right.
The tax levy, for example, for Archly in 15-16 was 45 million, 16-17 was 45.8, an increase of 1.69.
Well, I think if we're looking at the tax levy, one thing that strikes me right away is we have been lower than all of the surrounding areas, and I think that we all know it's because of Indian Point.
We remained there even after closure.
So there's your big problem. I mean, if you look at Croton,
Wait, I see percent change. That's the
It's a
budget.
percent change between 20, for example, you have
not the budget, the tax
2015.
levy.
Where is that?
The whole page represents the tax levy, the whole page is not the budget.
It says historical
entire
tax
page represents
levy,
the tax
Lower
levy
Hodgson
portion
School
only
District.
outside
That's
of
where you
private
are.
state agency.
What does it say?
That's the title. The title is Historical
I
Tax
see.
Levy,
But,
Lower Hodgson School District. Are you there?
so, no, we didn't have a 5.9% increase in the 1920 tax levy. What?
Yes.
And if our budget passed at 5.96%.
where do you see that?
Right here.
It's on 21, that's what I was gonna ask.
Like, what?
No. I don't see a five.
I don't even have 2020 to 20.
No, I'm sorry.
Second page.
Oh,
Second page. Oh, sorry.
There's no way that's tax.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, it was when, and it passed like by 80%.
This was the tax levy. This was what we went out with,
Yes.
voters.
Because everyone in this community knew that we were going to have to pay. I don't know where this idea that we don't have to pay comes from, to be honest with you. But now we have kind of said it where we haven't gone above that, right? So,
And then the year after it was
So last
4.5.
year was
Yeah, last year was 0.
yeah, but last year's not reflected
not
here,
here,
because
okay.
last year is this year.
And then.
Right, last year's budget is this year's actual.
Yes.
So this would be,
Yeah, we had.
the
That
next
would be
column would be the 23-24 year that does not. include this year.
0.01.
Correct.
It's all of 22.
Again, they didn't have the data.
20, no, just
But
20.
the,
So
but
this
look,
reference-
what I'm trying to do here, so we don't discuss one by one, the last column is the total increase between
Yes, yes,
15,
correct.
16 to 20, 22, 23. That will tell you what happened in the last 5 years, you see?
Yeah.
Because if you go to one by one, every district is different, has its own issue.
Correct.
But over 5 years, you can see how, you know,
So we are in the median quartile.
Yeah,
With the loss of this pilot compared to others who aren't in the same financial
Well, we
predicament
had a lot of things rush in for help. And those things are,
are now going away.
But I think that's key, that we're in the median quartile.
I mean, that's actually quite surprising to me that we're in the quartile.
considering you had Indian 20, where we were at 20, we thought we were between 18 and 22% a year originally.
I mean, that's.
What is that number?
how do you know in which quartile we are?
We're,
I mean,
You are just,
looking at the other numbers.
yeah, but I'll say we're in the middle, no?
Yeah, in the middle, yeah.
Here. No, yeah, median, the median is 18.1 and we're at 22.03, no?
No,
I mean,
median is 22.8.
Hill is at 7.37.
we are exactly median.
No, here, look at the bottom,
Right?
where it says number of districts, high, third, median, first quarter, low.
Or median.
The median is 18.1.
No, you're off, I think.
Median's 22.8.
You got a ruler?
It's 22.8.
Yeah, it's one.
It's like not, it's not.
It's hard to say.
Oh, 22.8, yeah.
So if I look at this, maybe I'm looking at it incorrectly. We have been raising taxes. It's not as if, because I think that the story has been that, you know, because of Indian Point, we had these super low taxes. This does not say that to me. This says that the community has always been paying.
No, this is after.
I think it's,
You can't compare that when it was 0.01.
I think what I'm saying
which
is,
what people are gonna
we
do.
were anticipating with the information, when we were advised that Indian Point was going to close, we anticipated much higher tax increases than we actually incurred. We supported the slight adjustments above the traditional 2% increases at a much lower rate than was initially projected because of things like the cessation fund. And we're now going to continue to need to spend above that traditional 2% so that we can continue to support programming and staffing in a manner that will help educate kids equal or better than we ever have.
And also, I think, in all fairness, when I joined the board, I think we were anticipating a lot more money in terms of income and revenue, not income, revenues, through pilots. We were hoping for that. We were definitely hoping for, right?
We didn't know.
Yeah.
We really didn't know because, again,
What we didn't get in the pilots that we were hoping for, we ended up with in additional state aid.
Yeah, the foundation aid made up.
So that helped offset the incorrect assumptions from the guidance we got about pilots, not Enrique's guidance, the guidance from the negotiations that were taking place in general, right? So where they came in with a little lower number than we thought, we were very fortunate in that short run to get the state aid
But that's
adjustment,
fixed.
but it's not now going to discount the need to continue to support the removal of the cessation fund.
Right, and I'm concerned because state aid can fluctuate where a pilot is steady.
Unless the business goes out.
And when the cessation fund is gone, I think, what is that, 2030?
Every year,
it's in the next one.
every year,
It's
we're
in the
losing the
next.
same amount of money now, right? We're losing 2 million a year of the cessation fund.
You're gonna have to make up for the cessation fund.
No, we're already making that up now, though. This is part of it, because look, so we're moving 2 million a year every year from the cessation fund now. So the cessation fund is not whole and zero. The cessation fund is gonna step down in equal part every single year until it's depleted.
And once it's depleted,
Correct.
Well, it's
we
not,
will,
we're going to, it's,
you're gonna
it's a
bring up the
process,
tax cap.
but it's not once. My point is, we're doing that now. We're gonna have $2 million fewer next year than we have this year. And then the following year, it'll be 2 million more. It's not gonna go from 12 to 0. It's gonna go from 12 to 10 to 8. So every year, we're gonna have to replace a partial loss, not once.
But it
We'll be
by
there.
2030, I guess, isn't the tax rate supposed to sort of stabilize?
Yes, yes. But
28 or 30?
between,
30, 20.
But then there's no projection.
Yeah, nothing else changes
Okay.
like state aid.
exactly, but, yes, it's going to stabilize, but still with a very, very small unassigned fund balance. Because at one point, in my projections, your fund balance is going to be $500,000.
Yeah,
So
588.
So, you know,
It's concerning.
We'll just move quickly through these last comparative data pieces, just so you have an understanding, if you have any conversation on them. The next one is true value tax rates, excluding star, and then true value tax rates, including star. That just is what it is. There's.
It is back to the.
Yes, I'm sorry. No, it's the next yellow tabs. And then we move into those comparative data sheets that talk about the portions of our budget and the functions that they're dedicated to, and how we rank compared to regional school districts, both as a portion of our general fund and a portion of our cost per pupil. So if you skip through the historical tax rates, true value tax, rates, including star and excluding star, the first item you will find is comparative school actual expenses for instructional support. The next comparative data will be total teaching. So that's primarily, Enrique, that's primarily in teacher salaries, correct?
that's why it's really difficult to understand it. When they ask me,
The BOCES.
When BOCES
Yes.
sends me, and they ask me total teaching, I don't include benefits, I just include the salary. Who knows what others, and unfortunately, we keep telling them, you know, you have to make it clear.
What this is composed of.
Exactly, but they don't, so I would assume yes, but difficult to know.
So we ranked sixth in the Lower Hudson Valley of what we reported and the cost per people that we spent.
Correct. There's two different rankings that they show you. What percentage of your total general fund is dedicated towards total teaching? That's the, sort of in the middle. And you can see we rank in that particular case out of approximately 39 districts. We ranked 34th, but when you do break that down for cost per pupil, we are the sixth most, we spend the sixth most of any district in the region.
And we're off from number 5 by $31.
But again, we don't know what parameters they set for this, or whatever information they provide, so. Kind of like we're looking at it, but it's not exactly.
Enrique, did you use benefits or no benefits?
That's what I'm saying, I didn't,
So if you, so then.
but I don't know what
If
the
you-
other people did.
But if you did use benefits, then that would have made us at a higher cost per pupil.
Of course,
So we're at 6 without the benefit calculation being included. It would
but,
be,
but they might say the same, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Know what they.
Mike and I have this discussion that in this one and in another one, it's very difficult to compare because
there's not a mandated like reporting tool.
they don't say include only these, and these. So
It'd be nice to say, these are the budget codes. that
it's
you
only
provide.
salaries, exactly, it's only
I
salary.
still think it's pretty safe to say that we spend a lot of money per student. I think we can deduce that without knowing
In
the
teaching,
exact parameter. I mean, you can deduce this. without
basically what
exact
this is telling you is that you have very small classes.
That's-
Basically.
And we can-
Well, and again, you can interpret it the way you want. It can say that, or it can say that your teachers are very
Well-
highly paid.
or most of them have been here for 20 years, you know?
That's
But-
all interpretation.
That's what I'm saying, you can
And the
interpret
reality is, it
it
probably
any-
doesn't say one thing. It probably says all of those things are factors. Tenure of staff, size of classes, and the rate of pay that you're utilizing for your step program.
Because for this to be
It's not
meaningful,
one thing or the other.
for
it's
this
all
to
three.
be meaningful, you would need all those three.
But, I mean, from looking at it, we're
That's what I'm
6
saying.
and Chappaqua 5.
We're still on the higher end here of,
That's what I'm saying.
we just are.
Yeah, but again, the teachers might say, no, it's because we have 70% of our teachers with more than 20 years of in the
No,
system.
no, I
Hey,
understand.
that's what I'm saying, but I agree with you.
I
This
mean,
is,
if you look at this, other schools too, one can argue, without getting too much into detail, that some of these other schools that are ranked higher than us, and we're on the higher,
Yes.
have much better outcomes than our students are having.
no, I totally agree, that's what I'm saying.
And they have a higher student teacher ratio. We're at 9 to 1.
We're at 9 to 1.
And some of these districts are at 15 to
But I
1.
think it's 9 to 1 only at the high school.
Anyway, but
What is interesting is if you look at the top 5 or 6. If you look at Botanical Hills, which is ranked last in the region in terms of the total percentage of their general fund, yet they're first in it's almost like a inverse correlation,
Yeah.
Right.
right? Those districts that spend the least as a percentage of their general fund are the higher per pupil rate.
Well, like I was telling Mike, every district has its own little stuff. Pocantico Hills, for example, and I told this to Mike, and I know it because I live there. They have, to make it simple, 300 students. They don't. To make it simple, and their budget is $30 million. So that means $100,000 per student. If you just look at those two numbers, but what it doesn't say is that they pay about $2 to $3 million to other districts to educate the high school students.
Because they're only K-8 in half.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So if you look at the number, you'll see 100,000. Does it make sense? No. For example, if you look at that, you're going to see that we're the worst. But it was because that year, we still had the two old capital projects maturing, plus the new capital project. If you do it this year, you don't have the two old capital projects. So that's what I'm saying. All this is very, very difficult to compare just by looking at a couple of numbers.
It's an art. Right? There's so many factors you have.
That's what I'm saying. I told Mike, let's not do it, to tell you the truth, because there are a lot of ways to look at it. And you can say we're doing so poorly, but no, the reasons, or we're doing so great, and actually we're not, or whatever.
So we put it in for,
We decided to do it because Mike is the boss. So you can see it.
Why don't you use the New York State Education? Like, if you go onto their website, they give you a different comparison chart for per pupil.
Oh, because we didn't have time.
Okay, because I mean, if we look at Peekskill and what they are,
Hold on.
it's 25,000.
Yeah, yeah, but they get $30 million in federal that it's not included there.
I was just bringing them up.
Yeah.
You want to bring up Groveland? I'm just saying.
That doesn't look good either.
But that's what I'm saying. No matter how you do it,
It's.
This is purely for background.
Exactly.
We're not trying to say anything with these comparative data, we're just showing you, if you just want to look at us, at the portion, I think that's what you can look at. So if you look at the Board of Ed, Superintendent, Finance, and Staff, so this would be the codes we just reviewed. You can take a look at the portion of our general fund that we pay towards that, and then the per pupil. And then you have similar comparative data for supervision, plant operations, and transportation for your, and co-curricular and interscholastic support. So we won't go through all those now. You know the format of what's in there at your leisure. The last thing that I would do in terms of part of our presentation before we get into some discussion, if the board is still have the energy for it, we go to the presentation, Greg, and we pull up the projections, which have not changed since our February 7th meeting. But now Enrique, when he has a chance to breathe next week, we'll go back in and redo these projections.
Are we gonna be adding in the two positions? So the HR and the technology?
Well, we wanted to receive board feedback on that.
I think we need to use this, it's not a lot.
Yes.
It's a need. It's really a must.
I agree.
It's a must.
I think for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
I don't think Jen is in disagreement. While she's not here, I think that was what I felt from her.
What was the cost of the technology instructor?
112.
112 salary is an average salary plus benefits, so you're looking at what, 130 probably?
Other civil service?
No, that would be a teacher.
Teacher?
And then you have the security for 130.
No, that was a,
No, it's different.
yeah, we didn't include that.
Okay.
And it's a delta, because it's already in. So we
Well,
need
60's in, right?
7. Whatever the number is, yes, but it's not a new additional of that number. I don't know what she's in for now, to be honest. Is it 75? Yes, yes.
Yeah, and we're not adding that to, that was just a proposal for the board to consider.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Benita, if you didn't get the position, how do you think that?
We currently don't have that position. I think 2 years ago when I came into the district, we had 23 tech coaches in the district, but they didn't have any time It's kind of like a coaching, right? Like you have to be there, show them how to do it, integrate it into the lesson plan. So the coaches were just kind of teaching them how to use the tool, right? Not really integrating technology into the instruction. So now we changed a little bit. We only have 6 tech coaches right now in the district. They get paid for doing that work, not integration, but that work, they get paid one prep time. If they're helping a teacher learn a tool, like when we were talking about Microsoft Translator.
What does that equate to?
The stipend.
$22,000. One period would be about $22,000 for a
Yes,
teacher.
but they would put it in, like, if they're not able to even do that right now because they're busy prepping for their classrooms, not helping the teachers.
So nobody's getting paid for that this year?
There's not a lot. There's every once in a, like, we just piloted Windows 11. I told that group and say, can you pilot this for me? When we did the laptop model, they're the ones who are doing that for me. Microsoft Translator, like anything that I asked them to do, they would do it. So they will put it in and I'll pay them for those hours that they worked on it.
How much money, if you just want to kind of guesstimate, do you think we've spent this year on tech coaches?
So every year it was like $10,000. Then we found out this year that it wasn't getting allocated from that code. So I don't know exactly how much is being allocated because it's kind of, we didn't use the right code for pulling that. But next year, there is the code for $10,000. I did talk to WPTO when you put it in, that's the code that they need to use. But it's nothing close to that. They probably, I would say around $2,000 is what they're spending. I mean,
So we need to spend 110 more for that role.
well, they're not doing integration.
Right.
So again, that part is not being done at all. Like in many districts that is our size, there's more than one person doing tech integration. Our instructional materials, it's very like, like 10 years ago, this is how we taught it, like reading, writing, math, science. Like we're not integrating technology into that because our kids these days learn from technology, right? If you don't spice that up, they're kind of shutting down, right? Like, so a lot, like yesterday I went to a conference. Every district is presenting on how they're teaching. We're not changing the curriculum, but the current curriculum that we have, how do you integrate technology into it? So when you go from classroom to classroom, I don't see that happening in our building.
So we're behind the times.
We are behind in times. I think Mike also shared that with me when he was here visiting classrooms. He said, oh, a lot of technologies. That's what I know.
So this is not a tech position.
Knock on teachers and say.
No.
Support.
So they need support. So I think that when we talk about this, the framing of that position is important. This is not an administrative role. This is a role that's going to help us better educate students. This is going to give us an opportunity to achieve better outcomes through our educational process.
So this one person is meant to go into K-12 classrooms? Work with them one-on-one? I mean, this
We
is
can
not
start there. It's better than what we have.
We have nothing.
If you remember, we did put it in for tech facilitators through BOCES last year to implement computer science standards. Again, they don't have the time to push in the classroom teachers, and they're an outside consulting company. Yeah, they're
We spend on those,
$165,000
those two facilities.
on those two facilities.
But those are both data.
Sorry,
That is BOCES data.
that is BOCES data. I wouldn't recommend going that route.
I'm just asking 165, but then we get BOCES data back.
Jeremy, let's try to explain what BOCES is, because there's a confusion here, and there was a confusion in BOCES. BOCES is a cooperative.
Yeah.
So BOCES cannot get one person here 5 days a week.
Yes.
Cannot be only for Henry Hudson.
It's a shared service model.
It's a shared service model. So even if we agree and we say, let's do it with BOCES, BOCES is going to say, I cannot do the same person 5 days a week.
I wasn't asking for that. I'm sorry. I was only asking because Mike asked about Mike asked how much we pay, 165. My question was, are we paying 165 or are we, what is our net? Is our net 165 or are we 165 and then we get our reimbursement back?
Okay, but I agree with you, but the problem here, if you do it through BOCES, is that you can get into that problem, that you cannot get the same person 5 days
5 days
a
a
week.
week. Yeah, no,
So what I'm wondering is, Benita, did you include the BOCES tech facilitators in this year's budget, the BOCES budget?
24-25, and I did the budget.
Yeah.
No, I only included 1 day
1 day.
of that person. So this year we have 2 facilitators. One of them comes in 2 days a week and the other also do 2 days a week. The other 1 day that we've been utilizing is for any type of training the teacher needs based on need. So like BenQ panels, like I'm doing the half days, they're doing training with the teachers. The AI and user group, we're utilizing that money to bring in a consultant to do that training. So I included that 1 day person, which equates to 36 days of PD that we get on tools that we buy through those.
So budget to budget,
that was
not
where-
taken out. Just budget to budget, if you put in, if you assume you're taking out the 165 for the tech facilitators posts, you add the 130 for our own local person, you would be almost with a budget neutral, budget to budget, but
Right,
not
this
with numbers you have in right now.
I don't have those. but-
Yes.
So this would not be a new expense. This would be a reallocation of resources to give you more direct control of the utilization of the resources.
It would be, but I didn't include that
Right.
when I did my budget presentation. Just wanted to-
So your budget currently represents a reduction in expense. So this is not an addition over the current budget. This would be a budget neutral maneuver. It will change our existing cost as it reads today. But when we look at it from last year's proposed budget that we're operating under now and the current budget that we're projecting for next year, it'd be net neutral to give you another full FTE with it.
Totally neutral?
Actually, may
It may save money.
but
And
not on what
I'm
we're
hearing.
seeing right now.
Right. Well, that seems.
I think that's an important piece of this whole conversation.
I do too. I also kind of wanna, how do you foresee them doing this PD during the day, since there's such limitations about elementary, especially elementary and the time.
So it's about relationships.
Yeah.
Person has to be able to build relationships. If the ultimate goal is to push through the coaching cycle, and we give the expectation of what we want to see in terms of technology integration. And this person helps us live out that model, supported by the building principals, who, much like with our instructional coaches, can refer supports, like mandate supports, you can reach out on your own if you have the job would be entering into a coaching cycle, which is, here's what we see is going on in the classroom. Perhaps the teacher brings me a problem of practice that they work to solve on. But it's also a way that Benita can push through district objectives of technology integration.
Well, I can tell you right now, we sign up we get E-rate funding for our fiber internet that we get. There is a statement that I sign up saying, yes, the students are getting digital literacy sessions. That's a common sense media that have to happen in the classroom. Can tell you that's not happening in our K-5 classroom. Some in the middle school, okay? So when you talk about being compliant, we're not being compliant. When I sign up saying, yes, the students are getting training,
So what I'm hearing you say that we could enhance our compliance through this integration of this position. An enhancement and an opportunity.
And in addition, I think that you can save money in PD, because now, any teacher gives any PD for this and you have to pay it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My concern is that,
Which also means they're not doing their own prep because they're giving up prep time for PD time.
my concern is that the staff will not utilize it. The staff will not utilize it. No, they do have a choice because they have a choice right now in the elementary with the coaches, whether they come in or they don't, or they sign up or they don't. And if they don't sign up to see the coaches are not just walking into their classroom, the coaches are then sitting or doing some other work. So how is this going to be any different? It's we have a cultural thing here that needs to be shifted.
But couldn't
So
you
just throwing money at it is not just gonna solve the.
couldn't you make a schedule for the person?
Yes, so we actually had a very robust meeting the other day with the two coaches, math ELA, and the 3 elementary principals and the consultant who's coaching the coaches this year. And actually, we have a good plan for next year to address exactly what Erica is saying. There are always people who will raise their hand and say, oh, I could use some help. Can you come in and work with me? And then there will be people you will never hear from. So we're putting together a calendar of opportunities that we'll have sometimes when everybody will be at the table, you won't have a choice. And then there'll be things you have to do to follow through from a 90-minute session on, place value. And then there will be times with grade levels, times with little pods that they break into because we can't have common preps across 8 teachers. So I think we have a good plan for that. I really do. And we've been, Janine and Michelle and myself, they're the 2 coaches, have been meeting with the elementary principals this week, Thursday, Friday, and Monday, to go over the winter benchmarking. And that's been a part of that conversation as well. So I think we can work on that going forward because I feel the same way you do.
And I know now we're adding another one.
Well,
And we also have
that's
the
what I'm
issue
afraid of, is that at some point,
There
how
are only
much-
so many preps.
correct,
And
how
their
much are we
preps
taking away from
Their
that?
preps or for prep.
Yep, I get
So
it.
you can't force them 3 times a week or even 3 times a month to give up their prep. It's so.
Rise in the coaches.
I think you're also.
Like them utilizing them. Yes. Because I know there was a teacher who figured out how to use
I
the
don't think
headset.
that,
So
there needs to be a
she
plan.
can teach while the other, still teach the kids while it's translating. That was done with the coach's help.
The coach help and also the facilitators that we currently have. Like Margaret said, there's some teachers who really use the facilitators. They do meet with, like I just had one facilitator who met with all the 4th grade teachers from 2:30 to 3. So they do find a planning time to meet with them. They do have conversations, but this is changing a culture. We haven't had this culture in the district in a long time. So I'm not saying that if you just put a coach, they're gonna go use it.
5 to 7 years.
Thank you. I was gonna
5 to
say,
7
some of the
years.
districts, like I talked to Bronxville, I talked to Yorktown, 6 to 8 years is what it's taken them to get to where they are right now. Now the coaches are part of their instructional day because they push in, they do things with the teachers, they plan their schedule out. It didn't start with that. Like I know Yorktown now has 2 people, it started with 1 person. Now they have 2, actually they have a innovation, administrator now. Other than director of technology, they actually have a technology integration supervisor or administrator level who's, because of the computer science standards that came out, you have to have this information, have someone who's gonna roll this out. We're not there yet. The computer science standards came out in 2020, 4 years later. Until this year, we haven't even opened up to say, what is that? What does the standard say? So we did the mapping with the facilitators this year, right? With each one of the only K-5. We went through I've met with every single teacher in a group and I talked to them, walked them through every standard, explained the standards to them. I don't want to stop that momentum, right? We need this much momentum this year. Is it worth for a whole person? Probably wasn't, but if that 2 people were not here, we wouldn't be anyway, it would be like last year.
I just wanted to say that the position that she's talking about has been around in my district for over 10 years. I would hope that if we do put it in, that there's some accountability that we can reflect on this position next year.
I'm concerned about use it, because honestly, even we have the librarian, I'm not sure the librarian actually ever had small kids in a library. I mean, this is what, we do this often.
Yes.
We do this often, that is my concern. There is a plan that we can follow, and we're working on buy-in of staff, and we can fit into their schedules, because honestly, our teachers do actually teach less than many of our surrounding school districts. The hours in a day, it's very limited.
One thing that is a difference with a technology integration specialist as compared to a curriculum area coach is that there is a need from, the hook is often, this person will help me with a tool that I have. This person will help me with the BenQ board that is in my room that I have no idea how to do. So that's often how I found it easier. I was one of these positions. I found it easier than the regular curriculum area coaches to build those relationships, because there are some people who say, I need you because I have no idea what to do, and you're going to help me, and then you start that relationship.
I understand it, but we're also talking about cutting at the secondary level and having larger class sizes, and now we're gonna put in.
I want to ask you, did I share an experience that I heard about when we were at school a while ago? I forgot what we were there for.
The translator.
The translator.
Oh, yes.
Can you talk about how the coaches and the translator helped in that classroom?
So the translation, Microsoft Translator was something that I saw through a conference, at the BOCES Model School. And when I brought it back, and I was hearing a lot of teachers, actually Margaret and I talked about it, teachers could not translate for the kids because they were having not just one, in some classes you have 3 and 4 kids, and the teachers, the students were just sitting there. So I went in with actually a BD, one of the classrooms, with the teacher, even though I was sending out instructions on, let us know if you need help with Microsoft Translator, this is how you use it, I sent out a video. Teachers just didn't know what I was talking about until one of the teachers called me and said, because I asked the principal had heard about it in the admin meeting. And I went into the classroom, I worked with that teacher that whole, probably first 15 minutes of the day. I pulled in 4 kids, one of them was great. He was not an ENL student. The other 3 were ENL student. I set it all up. The teacher sat down in a table. The teacher went on like leading a session like she normally would. And she was like, wait, when I say that, they can hear it in their language. And I say, yes, but it took a little bit set up, right? But if I wasn't there or a coach wasn't there, they're not doing that.
But some teachers were doing it, because I know teachers that have been doing it.
So I can share an example, right, that I think why this is so important. Now the teacher's only speaking about the topic once in a primary language, not stopping, going to Google Translate and reiterating what she, I know you're not saying it wrong, but I'm saying like, now the teacher's also getting to get through more material or go deeper into the material.
There were teachers using it last year.
So last year, we piloted with the ENL teacher here, Sonal. And that was the pilot that we did. As soon as I saw that, I brought it back. She had great experience. That's when I sent out the email to the other buildings administrators saying this exists, you can use it. I know we have a lot of ENL students, but nobody was using it in the building. But the tool existed until I went in and showed it to them. Then I pulled all the coaches together and I trained the coaches and the facilitators.
You can pick any language.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah.
It's
like the UN.
It's like how they talk at the UN.
Yes, they hear it in their own language.
Yeah.
So that's the even more important part of this, and Vinitha talked to me that day a lot about that experience in that classroom, is that that child could then be part of a student group. And the kids used it, so the kid could now be a collaborator, where before that couldn't happen because they couldn't talk to each other.
Right.
So it's not just to the adult in the room. When they did small group sessions, those students were not in a group because the other students who were English speaking couldn't talk to them.
Right.
So now, so that's a game changer, right? They're all talking, they're in a group.
But the difference between like not having a technology facilitator, because I can't always go into a classroom and do that, right? So once I saw what was happening, Natalia was there and Natalia couldn't even, like, she was like, what do you, she came in to translate for those kids. That was her slot of time to come in to translate and tell them what the expectation is for that day. And she said, wait, they're listening to it. I said, no, listen to the headset. And she did. So now she's actually doing it with other teachers. You know, there's a lot of teachers in our school, especially K-5, that we give them an iPad and they're doing it. But the point is, if somebody wasn't there to walk them through, set it up, they're not doing it. And we have a lot of programs in this district. We're not.
I get it,
in
no,
other-
like, even in like corporate world, I'm getting older in terms of technology. And, well, no, really, and when they implement new things, I work remotely by myself, right? I don't have a technology person there and I'm like, and I avoid it until I need to do it.
Even moving from a desktop to a laptop model, right? Windows 11. These are all changes that's happening. We're about to send 79 laptops on Monday to the high school teachers. It's Windows 11 laptop. If I was in private, they would say, go figure it out on your own. Here, they will open it up, use it like they're using, but Windows 11 has a lot more features than Windows 10, right? But who's gonna go through and teach them that? Right.
I think it's a position that we must have, not a want to have. The technology is the future, I'm sorry. And if our kids in the school aren't getting the technology level that they need here, then we're gonna set them up for failure in the long term.
And it's also a budget neutral position. I think that's important for us. Maybe not the way the budget looks now, because you removed it from last year from the current year to the projection. But net, it's budget neutral and it adds value to student outcomes, right? I mean, what else are we saying?
I mean, we're talking like we had Schoology in this district boards and COVID.
We have what?
Schoology at the high school.
Yeah.
Can every teacher use Schoology, and are we doing online assessment? That's part of the tools that are in Schoology. Like, you can do online assessment, you don't have to have paper anymore, right? But if somebody is not here to teach them Schoology, and every time it goes through a revision, they're adding more features to it. I know Stephanie, one of my teachers, she's piloting the AI tool within Schoology. Right? But she's a full-time teacher. How is she gonna train the rest of the staff and use it?
Your other problem is a lot of your staff is at different levels. Well, but just, you know, you're training on technology, you know that you have some really.
Yes.
And your advanced users are gonna figure it out themselves.
Yeah.
They're gonna use it and they don't need your help. And the people who are not advanced users, they're busy and they don't have the time to figure it out themselves.
I think just that story, I know when I heard it, I was like, oh my God, this is incredible, right? Because now that student gets to be a part of that class full-time with all those students and never have to be separated from them. So they're learning all at the same time.
No.
Also, what a difference it makes for a teacher now, right? That you're not spending another hour trying to translate something for another student because you know they didn't understand your lesson. Like, I mean, it's just the efficiencies of.
So,
The only issue that I see with it is that
They have to learn.
impede that child's ability
I will
to
tell you-
learn.
That is a great question. I will tell you that we have one of our ENL teachers, several are Ls themselves, but one in particular. We had a great conversation about this. And she said, I'm going to tell you something. We are helpful up to a point, and then we are enablers.
Yeah.
So I said to her, then you need to tell me when we hit that wall and we have to stop giving them material in their first language. Because she said to me, I was that kid. So if you're going to keep giving it to me in my L1, I'm not working hard to pick up the L2.
I'll bet AI and Microsoft Translator figures out a way to incorporate primary language for the appropriate words in that subject and to then re-interject it back to English again so that the kid gets the
Right, so can
hybrid
we-
and the teacher never stops.
I
The
thought
student
the-
stays.
Is it?
I was just telling Stephanie yesterday, I went to a conference, it was all about AI. That's a huge topic that's coming up.
Yeah.
There are teachers, how do you use that with the student? How do you use that to differentiate? Like, our teachers, like I said, we have a user group going on, and after the user group is done, it said, pull the AI reading teachers together, math teachers together, type in your lesson and say, differentiate this for a third grader. It takes 2 seconds. It's gonna take that passage into a third grade level, or a fifth grade level, or a
That's the thing
second
that
grade
she
level.
emailed yesterday?
Which one?
Is that the email that we got about leveling the passages? There was a tool.
Could be
that she
different.
So we'll put this in based upon the sense of the board, but we also have to go back and we know the paramount parameter is budget under the tax cap. So we'll put this in, we'll put in the
Human resource.
human resources, but also know that we have to get under the tax cap. So while we're considering that, Greg, you move to the next slide. Enrique provided updated tax levy calculations. So in general terms, Enrique, do you want to walk us through by the 27th, what we need to do to remain under the tax cap?
Sure. As you can see, our proposed tax levy now is 5.79%, and we need to get to 3.98%. That is a difference of about 800,000. Thank you. It's a difference of about $800,000.
Yeah, get under the tax cap between now and the 27th.
But we're adding this.
Yeah, I'm like, I was just about to say, you're adding a total of 312 plus the, 312, right? Between the security and HR. No, I'm sorry, between the tech and the HR.
Who's the best thing?
So you have
Our work together.
Yeah, well, then you have.
But we also,
One.
this is not calculating any of the cuts that the principals have made since, correct? So will be, is it or is it not?
No.
So Enrique has a list of cuts that departments have submitted to me. We have the ads that we put in today.
Right.
We'll go see where we are this next week in terms of getting under that 3.9.
Do you have any thoughts on that you want to share, or you want to, like, any thoughts on time?
Yeah, sure. We shared with the board that we asked each program and department to cut by 10%. I think that will help out a little bit. We've also asked for the middle school to look at its schedule and the high school to look at its schedule to see, because the schedule should be driven by student enrollment. And then staffing should be driven by teachers that need to teach those classes. And so that's not just core classes, that's every class that runs, that's special area, that's core classes. So just to recap what the administrative team has taken away from today, other than appreciation for the hard work that the board and the cabinet has put in, and Carmen and Greg, the discussions that were held today were very helpful. I hope you found them giving you information as you go to support an adopted budget, to feel comfortable that you know where the money is and where we're looking to go. We have some follow-up clarifications on the E&L code, middle and high school social studies positions, where the middle school uniforms are budgeted. We have some changes to the budget book format going forward, FTE by building, enrollment changes, teacher to student ratio, employee benefit and salary date, expenditures by account code and Excel format.
I gave one a comment too on the whole, we did the days, indicated days on that page, that was.
The employee benefit and salary thing. Then,
No, she'll show it to you.
Uniforms are in the high school. It's,
I guess given,
it's all under, it's the middle school.
middle school is within the high school uniform.
Yes.
Check that out. Okay. And then some suggested revisions, add human resources administrator, add technology integration specialist. Take a look at the parochial textbook line, take a look at the high school library contractual line, take a look at computer assisted middle school instructional salaries, and take a look at the chaperone.
Yes, yes.
Board, I want to say thank you for your time. We have scheduled right now, we're 9 minutes behind our agenda, opening up to public comment. So I want to thank everybody for their time. I know you took a whole day away from your family, especially our cabinet and our employees. Board, this is, you're not paid for this. So, we really appreciate your insights, your time, your thoughtfulness, and the amount of effort you put into understanding. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
I need a motion to close. Motion. And a second.
I'll do that too.
Thank you, everybody.